Hello and welcome everybody back to the Jank Drawer. I am Sam, this is the Jank Drawer, and today we are back. It's March! Can you believe it? I honestly don't know where time has gone. Time is just absolutely flying by at lightning speed. And I just am constantly surprised by how it never seems to be slowing down. With that comes a whole bunch of new things. As you may have not noticed, or maybe haven't noticed, there's been some changes already in a lot of the things that have been happening here in and around the channels and around the social media spheres. Between, getting the statement out for the schedule on the Instagram, we don't have any shorts published yet today. It's because I'm going to be trying a new strategy with the shorts, and trying to... After every live stream, I'm going to try and make 4 or 5 shorts from that stream or loosely related to that stream and release them all afterwards and see how that performs. Just because we're still very much in the figure it out side of trying to figure out how to be a content creator and how to do live streaming and what kind of streamer we want to be and how we want to do what we want to do. Because the honest truth is there's a million ways to do this. And I just want to make sure that I'm doing the best one for me and for our content and for our viewership here. And the good news, bad news of the success and the growth that we've had, since we've had a lot of great success and growth that I'm eternally grateful for the growth that we have had here in the channel. Admittedly, this is month 3. So, we don't actually have a ton of data. We don't have a lot of things to do there. And as a person that has done a lot of, in my life and in my professional settings, planning and organization around data and making data-driven decisions, we still don't have enough to be able to do that. So we're trying things out, and the new thing that we're trying this week is we want to be doing just an increase in overall volume and relevancy towards the content that we put out on the day-to-day basis, and trying to figure out what we want to do. And any longer form content strategies and shifts will happen in the future, but for right now, there shouldn't be any major focuses or shifts on the channel that you need to be aware of. It'll be your same bat time, same bat channel, same bat, production here. We're going to be doing magic today. There's a new set, so we're going to be, working on that. Speaking of, I'm gonna draft this blue sky message to let people know that we are live. So, since there's a new set, and we're going to be looking over the new set, and it is Turtles on a Half Shell, Turtle Power, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, which is a really interesting IP to have chosen as Wizards of the Coast to ever make into Magic cards. One, personally relevant to me, of just I'm just young enough that when the first Tmnt cartoon was coming out and was huge in the 90s, I wasn't around to be really into it. Hello, Rat King. But a lot of my family and friends that were just a little bit older than me were, and it was their whole thing, and so I inherited a lot of that hype, and I'm still a massive fan of the Turtles and everything that they can do. Big fan, but I admittedly was in that weird between generation of I was too young for the original 90s cartoon and too old that when they made the gritty live action TMNT movie to think that it was cool. Because I was old enough to be they took a really cool idea and a really cool movie, franchise, and then made a really bad movie that was just kind of Uncanny Valley and weird. But that has not, dissuaded my love of the Turtles anyways. I watched some of them, but it was, once again, largely... another big portion of my, gap in my cultural awareness of pop culture from the late 90s, early 2000s, and even the early 2010s, is that for the first, 12 to 14 years of my life, my family didn't pay for cable or satellite or any of these things. I just had terrestrial TV. which meant that the only cartoons that I had access to were like 4Kids stuff on the weekend, or all of the educational cartoons that they played on like PBS on public broadcasting. So they were playing all of these other things, but by the time that I had access to watching them in like my early teenage to late teenage years when we had satellite TV, I was like, but why would I watch a cartoon? I'm sure that they were great. But we're talking a lot about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles today, and looking at all the cards. And I'm going to do something that is very just like content-pilled about it, in that we are going to be... I have pulled up the MTG draft sim stuff, the stuff that we use when we're drafting to figure out what cards are good and what cards we should be drafting. And we're not going to look at that. I have it up for reference, but I've got a whole program planned out that I think is going to be really fun and interesting, and I hope you all agree with me about this premise. And that is, we are going to do a set review, because I haven't looked at any of the cards. I've maintained complete spoiler freedom for this. Sorry, I'm going to just finish typing this. Okay, just got the Blue Sky post up. Okay, we should be good for the next 4 hours. But we're going to be doing that. And then once we have looked at all the cards, I have found on the wonderful place that is the internet a tier list maker for all of the cards in the new set. And then we are going to do, based off of my off-the-rip, having never seen them before, never looked at them, done anything other than what we will just be going through today, right now, together, my blind ranking of what I think is good and limited, what I think is not good and limited. I'll also do some things of like, maybe this isn't good and limited, but it's probably going to be really, really good in standard, and we're going to talk through all of those. And then after I have made my blind ranking, then we will look at the draft sim, what's good, what's bad, who lives, who dies, who tells their story, you know, all of those things. You know, to quote Hamilton, another great show. And that's I think going to be the plan. And I know, super content-filled, but believe it or not, creating content currently my full-time job. Part-time job, I get to go be a proctor for a medical school here locally to make sure that people don't cheat when they take their tests, which is the other basis of news. And I referenced this in the Instagram post that went live today with the weekly schedule. Generally, when I know things are going to be in flux, I like to put it on the weekly schedule so you guys know. But I am in communication. I know that at some point this week, I am going to have some work and some meetings that I have to do for the new job that will involve me meeting with them in person. But I don't know what the timeline is going to be on that, and when those things are going to happen. And because I don't have exact Okay, so this is weird. I'm trying to get back and forth with them because it's like I've been trying to check my email for news from my boss about things, about when we were going to meet her, and right now I'm literally live checking that again to see, since I had checked it this morning and didn't see a message from her. And I got a message from her apparently last Friday that I've checked this email literally every day since last Wednesday, and she had not responded, and now it just came through saying, oh, hey, you got this email on Friday that I had checked for to see if I could come in that day. Literally, could you come in 30 minutes later? So I'm just going to respond to this real quick to see if it's, does she want me to meet her today? Because, like, why did this take so long to get here? So we're going to hold on to that 1 second here. Okay, I'm back. Weird that that happened literally as I was talking about it. Maybe I should talk about it more, and more things like this will happen. But it was quite literally, I have been sitting here every single day checking these things so that I could have this information, so that I could give it to all of you, so I can make it work around my schedule. Because inevitably, and now that I have a lot more information from this email that I just got, there's going to be a lot more flexible stream hours based off of when I'm going to be at my other job that's going to help pay for all the bills, and when there's going to be here. So as much as we have the consistency here, and I want to be able to maintain as much of that as possible, of the 2 p.m. MST every single weekday, I will attempt to be here unless there is a other conflict, and then I will let you guys know, and I will give an advised and a reformatted schedule based off of those things. Because generally, the work that I'd be doing would be for a couple of hours, either in the morning or in the afternoon, every single for like a couple of days, and I have certain dates, starting at like quite literally this Wednesday, March 4th, and so I just need to hear back from her and figure out when these are going to be, and like I said, I check this email, and just like I tried to do, listen, I'm trying to stay on top of all of these different tasks, so I check these things literally every day. And for some reason, that one, I didn't see it until today, because I even checked my email every day this weekend, and it's just like, yeah, no, you're good, nothing going on, which is annoying. I might need to find out how to set up specifically notifications for emails from that email address. But all this to say that as we keep going and through the month of March and through the foreseeable future, as we're working on this, there are going to be some deviations from this schedule that we have established that are going to be driven entirely based off of the fact that with the new job and the new opportunity that we have, while we're very grateful for it, it does mean the schedule is going to have to be more flexible to reflect that. And we are going to have to work to endeavor to give you the most reliable amount of content and entertainment that we can, but not, infringe on the likelihood and the need that I need to generate revenue from as many sources as I can right now to be able to cover all of my expenses for just, being alive every month and figuring out what that looks like. And I will endeavor to be as communicative as possible with all of you throughout that process as to what it can be and what that's going to mean for the schedule and for all of you. But until then, I appreciate your patience and your understanding as I, try to juggle all of these things at this time. That being said, let's get into this, because there's a whole bunch of new cards, and I have not looked at any of them, and I'm very excited to see what they all look like. So let's move to this one. Yeah, let's try this one. Okay, so we have a whole bunch of new cards from the new TMNT set. These are specifically all of the cards that are available in paper, and their set is TMNT, so this isn't going to have any of the commander sheet cards, and I don't think it'll have any of the reprints that are special guests. Special guests can show up in limited, but this is mainly just trying to look at all of the things that can happen in the actual cards and that are on the actual in the actual set. So we're starting off with a common. This is Action News Crew. It's 1 and a white for a 2/2 with Vigilance, and then it has Channel, pay 6, discard this card, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control, and draw a card. Okay, so Channel coming back as the mechanic in this set, I don't necessarily hate. This looks like it's our signpost French vanilla grizzly bear, which I know I just said a whole bunch of jargon words, so to explain those jargon words and what they mean, jargon words there are in order. French vanilla means a vanilla creature is described as a creature that just has no abilities. French vanilla is it has one ability. Otherwise, it is generally just like if it has more than that, it doesn't have a special name. French vanilla is just like it's just barely off of it has no abilities. Vigilance being that's just like yeah, it does one thing. And then Grizzly Bear is a very, very famous card at this point. It's from almost the beginning of the game. It's a word that we use to describe any card that is a 2-mana 2/2. So it costs exactly 2, whether that's a green or 1 and a green or 1 and a white or whatever it is, and then it has 2 power and 2 toughness. So Action News Crew has a mana value of 2, and it has 2 power and 2 toughness. And then set mechanic is if we know that one of the mechanics of this set is going to be channel, which we don't see any other channels currently on this, but it has the set mechanic on it of just like usually in every set you'll have a 2-mana 2/2 that just is a 2-mana 2/2 with the mechanic of the set on it. And this is so far our leading candidate for something like that of Action News Crew. And it's very powerful of just like either side of this that you play, whether you're playing for 2 mana to have a 2-mana 2/2, that's honestly not bad. That's just kind of fine. And then paying 6 mana and discarding it to put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control and draw another card is essentially cycling with an additional ability. And I don't hate that either. It's very expensive, but this is a common. So like Is it playable? Yes. Is it great? Maybe not, but like it gives you a pretty good idea of what the white aligned pairs want to do in this set. To get that, we also have Agent Bishop, our next card. This is a 3-mana rare. For a 2 and a white, we get a legendary creature, Human Soldier, that is a 1/2, and at the beginning of combat on your turn, put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures. So once again, we kind of see this theme here of like all of the white cards want to be putting counters on creatures. And Agent Bishop here, the man in black, it seems to be like kind of your rare that is trying to lead you to that. He's an overcosted, understated individual, but he grows and he makes sure that other people grow with him. You're putting +1/+1 counters on multiple targets. If we can find things in this file that want to have counters put on them, that makes this even better. But until then, this is still a pretty good rare. Like this is, it doesn't even have to attack. It's just at the beginning of combat you start putting things on there. So the turn you play this, you're already getting value. So it's really a 3-mana 2/3 that makes something else +1/+1 as well, assuming you put the counter on himself. I really like this. Next, we get Anchovy and Banana Pizza. This is 2 black for an artifact food. When it enters, destroy target creature. And then it has the food text of 2 generic mana and tap. Sack this artifact, you gain 3 life. So, this is the common removal spell. Good to know. Common removal spell, this is very much from Eldraine Limited, Bake into a Pie, which that was very, very good in that set. It was, like, not the best removal in that set, because there was other just insane removal spells in that set, like Epic Downfall. But Bake into a Pie gets to see play, and Anchovy and Banana Pizza, it also has some weird synergies in that it's an artifact and it's a food, so we love that. It's a permanent, but it's also a removal spell. I don't hate this. We get our first of 3 April O'Neils. April O'Neil, Hacktivist. This is 3 and a blue for a legendary creature human scientist that's a 1/5. At the beginning of your end step, draw a card for each card type among spells you have cast this turn. Okay. So it's just one of those where it's just like, you play her and she's basically just going to be absorbing. You just want her to stay on the battlefield, which, as a 4-mana 1/5, she probably will stick around for a while unless, she get Anchovy and Banana Pizza. But then at the end step, you draw a card for each card type among spells you've cast this turn. So creature, artifact, instant, sorcery. If you cast more than one... So at bare minimum, if you cast a card each turn, you're drawing an extra card each turn. If you double cast and you cast 2 different types of cards, you draw 2 cards. And that's honestly kind of huge. Like, she just keeps refilling your hand. I think April O'Neil is pretty good. Now we get our next April O'Neil. April O'Neil, Kunoichi Trainee. 1 and a white for a 2/2. This is a legendary creature human ninja. When April O'Neil enters, scry 2, and then April O'Neil can't be blocked by creatures with power 3 or greater. So this is the first of those things that we've seen of like, hey, this is a creature you'd love to put a counter on. Because if April O'Neil can't be blocked by creatures with power 3 or greater, the second you can make her a 2-mana 3/3, she now no longer trades with any other creature with power 2 or greater. She doesn't trade with the Action News crew. You now need to block her with 2 things if you want to kill her, and that means you have to have a 2 power things or lower. And so if you just keep stacking counters on her, eventually you get a really, really big April O'Neil that can only be blocked by really small creatures. And then you're just killing a creature every turn as long as you do that. This is also a common, which is crazy. Like, this is a legendary creature at common. It's another 2-mana 2/2 in white, which is just good. If you're trying to be low to the ground and aggressive, which it looks like our white pie is trying to do, this seems pretty great. And then we have our last April, Reporter of the Weird. This is the uncommon April. She's a 3-mana 2/2 legendary creature human detective. Whenever April deals combat damage to a player, draw that many cards, then discard a card. So once again, another, like, if you're in blue-white now and you're putting counters on her, as she's printed, it's draw 2, discard 1. But if you put a +1/+1 counter, it's draw 3, discard 1. If you can keep getting counters on her, she can just draw you more and more cards, and then you discard 1 card every time. Lots of good card draw. This is a very, very powerful uncommon. Armagon, Future Shark. This is a 8-mana 9/6, 6 black for a legendary creature, Shark Horror Mutant. We got Street Sharks, baby. Flash, so you can play it on instant speed. When Armagon enters, destroy up to 3 target creatures. Okay, so it's an 8-mana 9/6 that ETBs and blows up 3 creatures. It's a rare. It's very expensive, which I don't know how fast or slow this format is, but if you're trying to tell me that I need to be able to cast this 8-mana 9/6 just to blow up 3 creatures, like, I hope this is a rare that wins me the game, but also I hope the game never gets long enough that I need to be casting this 9/6. I honestly think this card is cool if unplayable. And if I'm wrong on that, I'm wrong on that, but it would require that the format be slow enough that you can reliably cast an 8-mana removal spell. That gets us to Baxter Stockman. 3 blue-red for a 5-mana 3/3 legendary creature human scientist. When Baxter Stockman enters, create a 1/1 colorless robot artifact creature token. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target artifact creature gets +3/+0 and gains first strike and vigilance until end of turn. Oh, okay. So he just makes a whole bunch of little robots, but then the robots that he makes them 4/1s with first strike and vigilance every turn. And if you are playing around, from what I think I've seen, I think there is a non-zero amount of like affinity and artifact synergies, specifically in blue-red. I mean, like, we have Bespoke Bow here, which we can see coming up that's going to be an artifact in blue. That, like, if you just start making artifact creatures, he's not bad. He also, it's a legendary creature at uncommon that enables itself, and it's 4 power and toughness across 2 bodies. All in all, Baxter, I think, is a very good signpost uncommon for this blue-red. That brings us to Bebop and Rocksteady. This is one of the few cards that I have seen, because I don't think anyone could have avoided seeing Bebop and Rocksteady. Bebop and Rocksteady are a 3-mana, 1 hybrid Golgari, for a legendary creature, Boar Rhino Mutant, that's a 7/5. Whenever Bebop and Rocksteady attack or block, sack a permanent unless you discard a card. So this is just the latest in our line of Rotting Regisaurs. It's a huge pull. Rotting Regisaur is a 3-mana 7/6. Let me pull up. Three mana, 7/6. At the beginning of your upkeep, you discard a card. So it's a trend that we've been seeing in Black since M20, so 2019, where they'll give us some absolutely overstated, cheaper than it's supposed to be card. Like this. This is 3 mana for 7/6. That's massive. That's such a huge body. We had another one that was in New Capenna. Streets of New Capenna. What was this? Shakedown Heavy, I think, is what it's called. Shakedown Heavy, 3 mana, 6/4 Menace, and whenever it attacks, depending if they have you draw a card, if they do, untap Shakedown Heavy and remove it from combat. So, like, these huge creatures that are undercosted, but usually have some sort of drawback. Shakedown Heavy is that whenever it attacks, they can just choose to make you draw a card, and then you don't ever get to attack with it, which is nice. This was a rare. Rotting Regisaur is a 3 mana 7/6 that at the beginning of every upkeep you have to discard a card, and so that was kind of huge. That was also a rare, and now we have Bebop and Rocksteady, the latest in this cycle or this series of. It's a 3 mana 7/5 with a downside, but the upside is it's a 7/5, and there are plenty of decks historically that don't actually care about this downside. Because it's like, whenever it attacks or blocks, sack a permanent or discard a card. If you're playing an Aristocrats style strategy or something like that, or a strategy where you actively want to be sacrificing permanents because you get some sort of benefit from sacrificing those permanents, this is huge. If you're playing a Reanimator strategy or something where you want to be discarding cards from your hand because you're cheating them into play, so you just get to discard this massive creature and then pick it back up or put it back into play for free, this is massive. And so, like, this is one of those where it's, once again, we see a 3-mana 7/5 with what looks like a downside on it. But if you actually start thinking beyond that step into the next idea of, like, what can you do with a built-in free sacrifice or discard that all you need to do to trigger it is either attack or block, it actually has a ton of upside, and this is a very, very powerful card. This is one of the better cards I think we've seen so far. Next, we have the common legendary creature, Bebop Warthog Warrior. This is a 5 mana, 4 and a black for a 5/4 with Menace. Rhinos you control have Menace, so he buffs Rocksteady if you have Rocksteady. And then Swamp Cycling too. Swamp Cycling coming back is huge. So Swamp Cycling, we've seen land cycling in the formats that we've played up until this point. But just as a reminder, land cycling is just, you can pay the generic cost, whatever it is. For this one, it's 2 generic mana. You discard this card, search your library for a swamp, put it into your hand, and then shuffle it. We were seeing this in the limited that we were doing last week with Stratosaur. It was the 5 mana 3/5 that had basic land cycling for 1 and a blue, where we could pay 1 and a blue, get rid of it, and go get a basic land. Having common basic land cyclers in a format is great, because it gives you a way to be able to get your mana in such a way that you can have either a good body on a 5 mana 5/4 with Menace is not bad, but also you don't feel bad about pitching this card to your swamp on turn 2 in your opponent's end step to guarantee that you hit land number 3, because like land number 3 could be the difference between you being able to play your Bebop and Rocksteady, or maybe you just have to play your April O'Neil Konuichi Tray or some other 2-drop again, and you miss your land, because missing land is never good. So I'm actually really high on this. This is one of the better commons that we've seen, just because like 5 mana 5/4s, whatever, but Swamp Cycling coming back is just a huge thing to be looking out for, to see if we can find one of these, like if this is a cycle, if there's one in green, white, blue, and red, those now become some of the best common. The thing is, there's a really big difference on, like, some of the best basic land cyclers in the world are ones that you only have to pay 1 for. There was a whole cycle of those in Lord of the Rings. 2 is way more than 1, and usually these are just fine, but it's always great to see these in a limited. Like, most really good limited formats have very few things in common. One of the things they have in common is good mana, and having things like this in your limited format means that you have a limited format with good mana. Bespoke Bow. This is for a bow staff. This is 2 and a blue for an artifact equipment. When it enters, return 1 other target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. So at Man of Wars. Man of War is a 3 mana 2/2 creature in blue that when it ETBs, you bounce a creature to, you return a creature to its opponent's hand. This is not just creature, it's any non-land permanent, which is huge. And then it's not a body, it's not a creature, but when you pay 3 to equip it, the equipped creature gets +2/+1 in vigilance. So, like, I don't love it because it is 3 to play and 3 to equip, so you need to have 6 mana to use this. But to justify that, they have made it so it's 3 mana going down, but it's 3 mana and it does something the turn it comes into play. And then next turn, if you don't have anything else to do, you can pay the 3 mana to equip it to something and then attack with it. But at the very least, it's not just dead when it ETBs. You can play it, and it does something the turn you play it, which is nice. Since usually artifacts, especially equipments, are hard to justify playing, because the equipment just enters, and unless you can equip it immediately, it just sits there and does nothing. This at least does something the turn it enters. Bot bashing time. We have our second common removal spell. This time in red. This one's still 4 mana. 3 in a red for a sorcery, so not at instant speed. To be fair, we have yet to see any instant speed removal other than Armagon, which is interesting. Bot bashing time deals 6 damage to target creature. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead. Okay, so you get rid of dies triggers. It can kill literally anything that we've seen so far. It's 4 mana, kill every creature we've seen, which is not bad. If that continues, this is just a really, really good common removal spell in red. Brilliance Unleashed. 6 mana for a sorcery, 4 blue and a red. This uncommon has choose one or both. Brilliance Unleashed deals 5 damage to target creature. So once again, 5 damage would kill almost anything. The only thing it doesn't kill that we've seen so far is Armagon. Or choose target artifact in your graveyard, return it to the battlefield, if it is an artifact creature card. Otherwise, return it to the battlefield, and it's a 3/3 robot artifact creature with flying. Okay, so you can put any... So this once again goes into our idea that blue-red wants to care about artifacts. This is just choose target artifact in your graveyard. End of first clause. If it's a creature, like this Chrome Dome that we're going to get to in a minute, it just is reanimated. Otherwise, if it's not a creature, like the bow that we were looking at earlier, it comes back to the battlefield, does whatever its enters effect is, and it's now a 3/3 robot artifact creature with flying. Honestly, this card slaps. We have 2 absolutely incredible uncommons in this right now. The only downside to Brilliance Unleashed, if you can say that, is that it is 6 mana. Which, once again, if this is a slow format, that's not an issue. But if this is a fast format, like you would be led to believe by the fact that you have white creatures like Action, Newscrew, Ancient Bishop, and April O'Neil at common and rare, the white deck is probably really low to the ground and aggressive, and so getting to 6 or 8 mana might not happen. But if you can, it looks like you're very well recompensed for doing it. Okay, next we have Broadcast Takeover. This is a 5 mana sorcery that's a mythic for 2 and 3 red pips. Gain control of all artifacts your opponents control until end of turn. Untap them. They gain haste until end of turn. I get the feeling that this is unplayable in almost every format. I think there's some probably niche things you could do in Commander with this. But in Limited, this is probably a card you never want to see. And I don't even think that there's any, off the top of my deck, I don't know if there's any standard decks that you'd ever want to play this in either. To be 100% honest. I mean, like, if there's enough random artifacts in this format that, like, this is just, we gain control of our opponent's entire board and kill them, it's great, but otherwise I don't think it's actually that good. Broadcast Tower, I'm going to be rating pretty low. Buzzbot. This is a 2-mana 1/1 with flying and vigilance. That's gross. That's essentially Hovermere, but Hovermere had 1 more point of toughness. Hovermere is a 2 generic mana flying vigilant 1/2. That is widely regarded as not a good card. This, based off of that, also not a good card, but one of the saving graces is that when it dies, you draw a card. So this is a card that, yeah, you play it, and it might get in a little bit and do things like that, but you also actively want this creature to die, because when it dies, you draw a better card. And if you need to draw a better card to justify the inclusion of your bad card, is your card actually good? Probably not. But, like, the Buzzbots, I think, are doing okay for this 2-mana artifact creature robot insect. We get now to our uncommon Casey Jones. This is Casey Jones, Jury Rig Justicar. 1 and a red gets you a 2/1 legendary creature, human berserker with haste. When Casey enters, look at the top 4 cards of your library, reveal an artifact from among them and put it into your hand, and then put the rest on your bottom of the library in a random order. So that's a very powerful effect. We've seen that effect printed multiple times on multiple different cards in the past. Most notably Ingenious Smith. Ingenious Smith from the Adventures of the Forgotten Realms set, 2-mana 1/1. When it enters the battlefield, look at the top 4 cards library, reveal an artifact, put it into your hand, the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. And then it has a second line of text of whenever more artifacts enter the battlefield control, put a counter on Ingenious Smith. It only triggers once each turn. Casey doesn't do that. He's just a 2/1 with haste that goes and grabs you an artifact off the top 4. That requires you to have artifacts, is, you know, the one side of that, which we've seen quite a few so far. We've seen Anchovy and Banana, we've seen this book, Bow, we've seen Buzzbots. We see Chrome Dome coming up, but, like, I don't know necessarily that that's... You need to have a critical density of artifacts that you want to grab, and we haven't seen enough artifacts to make me think that that's something you can get. Now we have the rare Casey Jones. This is Casey Jones Vigilante. For 1 and 2 red, you get a legendary creature, human berserker, that's a 4/3. When Casey Jones enters, draw 3 cards, and then at the beginning of your next upkeep, discard 3 cards at random. So he makes you draw cards. This is actually a card that I think is really, really bad on 3, but is really, really good on like 7. Like if you're really late in the game and you just play your Casey Jones, it draws you into a full hand of cards, and then if you can play those cards still that turn, I think this card's really, really good. But it's like, if you're playing your Casey Jones to be a 4/3 on 3, you're just going to draw 3 cards and discard 3 cards, and you might discard good cards, and you might draw bad cards. Like, if you draw 3 lands and then discard 3 non-land spells, that's a real feels bad off your Casey Jones. So, like, it's a really powerful effect. It's just not a good effect on an aggressive 3-drop, is my take. Chrome Dome. 2 mana artifact creature, robot ninja. It's a 1/3. Other artifact creatures you control get +1/+0. So it's an artifact creature lord. It automatically makes your buzz bots that much better. And then 5 generic. Create a token that's a copy of another target artifact you control. That token gains haste. Sacrifice at the beginning of the next end step. Oh, so it's just a mana sink, but it can make you like infinite anchovy and banana pizzas. It can make you more bespoke bows. It can make you more buzz bots. If you make buzz bots too, it's just, I make a 2/1 with flying, vigilance, and haste that I sack at the end of the turn and draw a card. There's a reason this is a rare. This is actually a very, very good rare. This is a thing that could see play in like the Jeskai artifacts deck in standard. Like, it's just a very powerful card. Cool but rude. This is an enchantment class. This is a red rare. For 2 and a red, you get a class which is an enchantment that you can pay mana to unlock levels on it, and it comes with 1 level. The level it enters with is whenever you attack, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. Okay, so it just lets you rummage. If you pay another 1 and a red, you get to level 2, and then it says whenever you discard a card, it deals 2 damage to each opponent. So that already fits in really well with a whole bunch of things that are going on in Standard that care about discarding cards. It's now an enabler and a payoff for those decks, like Lessons, or like the Blue Rad discard aggro deck. And then 3, if you pay another 1 and a red, so this we're at 6 mana, it does all of the things it did previously, and now you can gamble. So gamble is a 1 red sorcery. It's one of the best tutors in the game. Search your library for a card, put it in your hand, discard a random card, and then shuffle your library. So you get to look for any card in your library, put it in your hand, and then at random, you just have to discard a card from your hand. And then you shuffle your deck. And so, like, it could get you the best card in your deck, and then you get to just have the best card in your deck, and you've discarded something else random. Or it can get you the card that you want, and then you discard the card that you just grabbed. A lot of people think that that's really bad. People that have played with Gamble, what you know is you never put Gamble in your deck if you aren't willing to have it be 1 mana, put any card in your deck into your graveyard. And if you're cool with that, it's the best card in the world. And so this is, you know, overpowered. I think, so this just fits into, like, I don't know if this is something I'd play in Limited, but this is a really good Standard card. Now we get Courier of Comestibles. This is a pizza delivery person. 2 mana, 1/2 for 1 and a green for a creature human citizen. This is an uncommon. When this creature enters, you may search your library for a food, reveal it, put it in your hand, then shuffle. If you don't put a card in your hand this way, create a food. So it's essentially like, hey, search your deck for anchovy and banana pizza. Like, just go play this 2-drop, go get your 4-drop removal spell. And if you don't get your 4-drop removal spell, then cool, that's also fine. But here's a food for you. Like, it's always 2 pieces of cardboard for 1 is always a good idea. So this is a pretty good card. I like this. It's a good uncommon. Cowabunga! Let's go, baby. 1 green for a sorcery. Look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal a mutant, ninja turtle, or land from among them. Put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. So we'd have to get the math on how many mutants, ninja turtles, or lands there are. But this gives me a lot of vibes of Call the Dinosaurs? No, what was this card? There was a card in Ixalan. It's green. It's a sorcery. It was in Ixalan? Commune with dinosaurs. But a little bit worse, because you're only looking at 4. And so it was, and this was pretty good in the dinosaur deck. I don't know how good Cowabunga is going to be. The fact that it can also get you a land, which is what was good about dinosaurs, is it's just on 1 mana, you can just play your forest on 1, play this, go grab your land for turn 2. Isn't bad, but it is still, like, it's an interesting idea. I don't know that this is playable. It's definitely not standard playable because it's competing for a spot in decks that would want it with a card like Bushwhack, and Bushwhack is just the literal best version of this effect they've ever printed. 1 mana, go get a basic land, or 1 mana fight spell, and this is just grab a mutant, ninja, turtle, or land. But, like, it's not bad. Crustacean Commando! This is a 2-mana 0/3. When this creature enters, create a mutagen token. What is a mutagen token? I hear you asking. And it's because I'm also asking. I've never heard these words before. A mutagen token is an artifact with 1 generic and tap, sack this token, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Activate only as a sorcery. Oh! Okay. I actually really like mutagen tokens then. I like that it's an artifact, like blood tokens. That will generally matter, especially in a set like this, where it seems that artifacts matter a lot. But it also is a +1/+1 counter enabler, which seems to be the white thing that we want to be doing. Like, white wants to be making +1/+1 counters. So that's actually really interesting. Next, we get Dark Leo and Shredder. This is our second mythic. This one looks infinitely more playable than the last one. This is a 2-mana 1/3 legendary creature, mutant ninja turtle human, for black and a white. It has Sneak, white and black, which Sneak is if you attack with a creature and that creature is not blocked, you can pay this card's Sneak cost, return that creature to your hand, and cast this spell instead. It's like ninjutsu, but you can have it on things that aren't just ninjas, because we'll see later there are some... we'll see that this is also on some sorceries in this set. But it's also on all of the ninjas. Attacking ninjas you control have Death Touch, so it itself doesn't have Death Touch, but when it attacks, it does, and so do any other ninjas you control. And then whenever it deals combat damage to a player, make a 1/1 black ninja creature token. Then if you have 5 or more ninjas, that player loses half of their life rounded up. Gross. So it needs you to be playing ninjas, but it also makes its own ninjas to complete its own requirement. And it makes it so all of these ninjas, even if they're not big, no one ever wants to block them because you're attacking with like 1/1s with Death Touch. And that's just really annoying to have to deal with. Dark Leo and Shredder, I mean, it's a mythic for a reason. This is, I think, the one of, if not the single best card we've looked at so far out of all of these cards. This card is just absolutely disgusting. This is a really good uncommon here, though. Death in the Family, 1 and a black for a 2-mana instant, exile target creature with mana value 3 or less. Often enemies, always brothers, till the end. I really like Death in the Family. I mean, it's really sad because this is literally art that we get to sit here and look at of, like, here, if we click into this and zoom in, it's them mourning Master Splinter, who has died, which brings a tear to my eye. But this is also just now kind of the best removal spell we've seen. It doesn't kill any big creatures. It has this is just Epic Downfall, but reversed. So Epic Downfall was printed in Last Airbender, is printed in Throne of Eldraine. This was exile target creature with mana value 3 or greater. This is the inverse of that, so it's get rid of anything that's 3 or less, which, based off of what we've seen here in TMNT, is a non-zero amount of things. Like, of the creatures we've looked at so far, this exiles everything except for April O'Neil, Hacktivist, Baxter Stockman, Armagon, Bebop, and that's it. Like, it exiles, of the like 10 creatures we've looked at so far, it only doesn't exile 4 of them, which a 60% hit rate is huge. And exile is just infinitely better than destroy, because they can never get it back for many other things that are bringing things back from the graveyard. It doesn't get dies triggers for things that care about things dying. This is a really good uncommon, and it's in just a single color, so you can splash it. Great. Here we have another uncommon removal spell. This is Dimensional Exile, 1 and a white for enchantment aura. Enchant basic lands you control. When this enters, exile target creature an opponent controls until this aura leaves the battlefield. Okay, we saw this pretty recently in Standard with a card called Ossification that was printed in, I want to say, Brothers War. It might have been March Against the Machines. There was multiple of this effect, but I like that it is on any basic you control, so you can play this and put it on anything, as opposed to the original version of this effect was Chained to the Rocks, which was 1 and a white. Not 1 and a white, it was just a single white, but you could only enchant a mountain. You can put this on any basic. It exiles any creature. Very powerful. There's a lot of very powerful uncommon removal in this set. Dimension X. This is our first in the cycle of dual lands for this. It's at common. So common dual lands, once again, what we've already said is that what makes a very good limited set more often than not is that you have access to multiple different ways to do very good mana fixing. And so we've already seen basic land cyclers, which is a really good way to get good mana fixing. And now we're seeing a common cycle of 2-colored lands with Dimension X, which is another great sign for good mana fixing. It is also then a sign of a slower format, which makes things like Armagon, our 8 mana flash 9/6, more playable. It's good context to have. Dimension X, this land enters tapped. When it enters, you gain a life. Add a red or a white. It's fine. It's a functional reprint of infinite other cards that do this. This is just a good effect to have. Will it see Standard play? No. And nor should it. But in Limited, yeah, you jam these. If you find these and you're in red-white, you play this. Does Machines, enchantment class. This is a 1 and a blue for a rare enchantment. When this enters, mill 2 cards, draw 2 cards, then discard 2 cards. Interesting. It puts a lot of cards into your graveyard, so that you look at 6 cards. 4 of them go immediately into your graveyard. Oh, you don't. No, you look at 4 cards, 2 that you mill and 2 that you discard, and you draw 2 to replace the 2 that you discard. I don't hate this. It does put 4 things in your graveyard, and we haven't seen anything where graveyard matters yet. But this does then complete itself, since level 2, 1 and a blue. When you get to level 2. Return 2 artifacts from your graveyard to your hand. So this is very much, if you mill 2 cards, draw 2 cards, discard 2 artifacts, and then next turn you pay 2 mana, you just pick those cards back up. You've now essentially drawn 4 cards. And then, to get it to level 3 is now an additional 5 mana, 4 to blue, so 9 mana total. For 9 mana, I expect you to give me something that wins the game. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put 3 +1/+1 counters on target artifact you control. If it isn't a creature, it becomes a 0/0 robot creature in addition to its other types. Oh, so it just is... You're going to make an army of 3/3s every single turn, or make one guy really, really big. So, like, I asked for, if you're going to make me spend 9 mana for it, give me a card that wins the game. That is inevitably a card that wins the game. It doesn't win it quickly, but it can win a game. Donatello, Gadget Master. 2 and a blue for a 3/2 legendary creature mutant ninja turtle at rare. So this is a rare ninja turtle. This is also our first ninja turtle that we've seen other than Dark Leo. It has sneak. Now we have the full reminder text for sneak. So for 1 and a blue, you may cast this spell if you also return an unblocked attacker you control to your hand during the declare blockers step. So specifically that step in combat. Krenko Mobbass does win the game faster, and Krenko Mobbass is only a 3/3, a 3 mana card, whereas this is 9 mana. Most things win the game faster than this. It was very much just a, like, if I'm gonna pay 9 mana for an enchantment that's gonna sit there, I want the 9 mana effect to win me the game, since the first 4 mana is actually pretty good, but it's not gonna win you the game. Whereas, like, if we compare it with Cool But Rude, the other rare class from Red, this one's 6 mana, and it's 6 mana and it wins you the game. Because it deals damage every time you discard a card, a thing that in this format you can do easily. Yeah, 9 mana is just a ton of... Like, Does Machines, infinitely worse than Cool But Rude. Cool But Rude, way better card, just on rip. But when I ask for an open-ended, if I'm going to pay 9 mana, it has to let me win the game. When I'm that non-specific, yeah, this is 9 mana, and theoretically, if it does what it says on the tin, it will win me the game of Magic the Gathering. It just won't win it quickly or well, but it can do it. So I was like, be more specific to myself on what I actually mean when I say win me the game. But what else does Rare Donatello do? Rare Donatello, this 3/2, whenever he deals combat damage to a player, you create a token that's a copy of target artifact you control. Oh, so he just makes more artifacts. So like every time I hit someone with my Donatello, I can make another bespoke bow and bounce another one of your permanents. That's annoying. Rare Donatello is very good. Mythic Donatello. Donatello Mutant Mechanic. Donatello Mutant Mechanic is 3 and a blue for a legendary creature, Mutant Ninja Turtle 3/5. Tap him, you put 3 counters on target artifact. If it isn't a creature, it becomes a 0/0 robot in addition to its other types. You can only activate this as a sorcery, which means only at your turn and on your turn and not in response to something. And then I haven't looked at any of the cards from the new set at all. So that's why we're going through them all right now, is because while we're going to still be playing Magic later today, we're going to probably be playing some amount of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and I have literally never looked at any of the cards. So what you're watching me right now, and what I'm going to be doing now, is I'm going to be just doing quick analysis up top of if I think they are good in Limited, or if they're good in Standard, or things like that. I'm so sorry about the 3 minutes of ads. Thank you for watching them, though, because they do help us keep the lights on here. See you in 3 minutes, friend. Donatello. Whenever an artifact you control is put into the graveyard from the battlefield, if it had counters on it, put those counters up to one target artifact or creature you control. Okay, so, proof of concept, chat. When we were just talking here about Does Machines, it happens to the best of us, truly. We were talking about Does Machines, and when we were talking about Does Machines, and we were looking at the level 3 ability of this class, which I was like, if I'm going to pay 9 total mana for an effect, I want that effect to win me the game. And then the effect that it gave us was just for free at the beginning of combat. We get Donatello's first ability on his Mythic card. The fact that that's just the first paragraph of text on Donatello is all that you should know of, like, this isn't a good effect on Does Machines. On this Donatello, this effect is cracked in half. And it's not just because it's tap him to put 3 counters on an artifact and then it becomes an artifact creature. That is very powerful. It's also because his second paragraph, whenever an artifact is put into the graveyard from the battlefield, if it had any counters on it, Donatello tells you to put those counters on anything else, creature or artifact. So you just get to, it's essentially a combination of the final ability of Does Machines and another just all-time banger card, the Ozolith, which this card is cracked in half from Ikoria Lair Behemoths. Whenever a creature you control leaves the battlefield, if it has counters on it, put those counters on the Ozolith. Beginning of your combat, if the Ozolith has counters on it, move all the counters from the Ozolith onto a different creature. So, the Mythic Donatello is essentially part Ozolith, part the final chapter of Does Machines. But better, not better than the Ozolith, but definitely better than Does Machines. So far, I think that Mythic Donatello now does take the crown as this is the best creature. This is the best card we've seen so far in the set. We're not very deep into the set, so that doesn't mean much, but This Donatello slices and dices. But yeah, Muse, we're doing a quick review here of playability just because I also haven't looked at any of these. And once we're done with this, I'm going to do a very quick and dirty blind ranking of everything in the set. Because, you know, that's the content, baby. Everyone wants blind rankings of things that I... Ozolith is nuts. Ozolith on a body is terrifying. It's also an Ozolith on a body that can make more bodies. His tap ability is put 3 counters on target artifact. If it's a creature, great. If it's not, it's now a creature. And then if your artifacts die, you take the counters that were on it off of it and put it on any other artifact or creature. It's just terrifying. This Donatello is a menace. This is crazy. Donatello's technique is an uncommon 2 and a blue for a sorcery. This is just divination. 2 and a blue, draw 2 cards. But you can also sneak it, so if you return an unblocked attacker to your hand, you can pay 1, and then it's 1 mana, draw 2 cards, which is nuts. Okay, Donatello's technique, pretty good. At its floor, it's divination, which is a playable Magic card, especially in limited. Donatello Turtle Techie. This is the common Donatello. Fair. I think of the turtles, Donatello is the one that I would maybe say is the least of a menace. Maybe Leonardo, but like, he's no Raphael. Raphael is who I would say is the most menace. Donatello Turtle Techie, 4 mana, 3 and a blue for a legendary creature, mutant ninja turtle. He's a 3/4. When he enters, if you control an artifact, draw a card. Well, 4 mana, 3/4 ETB, draw a card. I've played worse cards, and it's a common. This is a very good common. And then, finally, our uncommon Donatello Way with Machines. 2 and a blue for a legendary creature, mutant ninja turtle with flying. Whenever an artifact you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on Donatello. Donatello is a 1/2. So, we have, at this point, definitely determined that blue really cares about artifacts. That being said, we haven't seen a ton of artifacts yet that we can play in blue, other than the bow. Yeah, you know, I get that. Donatello being a menace just because his inventions get into weird mischief, I would agree to. Of the Donatellos, though, these are going to be hard to beat. We haven't seen any of the other turtles yet. But as a suite of, from common to mythic of the turtles, this is setting an incredibly high bar. Of like, I find it hard to believe there is a better mythic in this set than Donatello Mutant Mechanic. Yeah, this is just the Scryfall page for TMNT. And then I have a second Scryfall page to look up other cards that aren't in TMNT that I think are good comparisons. But yeah, we're just scrolling through the Scryfall for the set. Specifically, we aren't looking at any of the special guests in this, and we aren't looking at any of the commander cards. This is just the cards that are in the draft set of TMNT that you can get in paper. Muse. Dawn and Leo, we get our next of these team-ups. Now it's for the heroes and not just the villains. Dawn and Leo Problem Solvers is a 5-mana legendary creature, mutant turtle, 4/6 for 3 Hybrid-Azorius. It has Vigilance. Okay. 4/6 Vigilance. I have lost so many times to the Dawntree Celebrant from the last set that was just a 6-mana 4/6 with Vigilance and Convoke. This will also kill me, but it has a whole other paragraph, because of course it does. It's a rare. At the beginning of your end step, exile 1 target artifact you control and 1 target creature you control, then return them to the battlefield under their control. Oh, that's gross. We've already read some things with just absolutely insane ETBs. So, like, imagine this was you returning your Donatello Turtle Techie and your bespoke bow every turn. You just get to draw a card and bounce a non-land permanent every turn in your end step? Gross. Gross. This is a very good card. Double Blink is gross. It's so gross. And that's the thing too, is like looking at the artifacts that we've seen, every artifact we've looked at that isn't an artifact creature has an ETB ability. So like Bespoke Bow is when it's an equipment that when it enters, return a non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Anchovy and Banana Pizza is a 4-mana artifact food that when it enters, you destroy a creature. It's just a kill spell on an artifact. And the fact that Donnie and Leo just are like, yeah, you can blink your Anchovy Pizza and just kill a creature every turn. Oh, and also, 5 to cast is still something, but the more we've been looking at it, the more I think that this is unfortunately going to be a slow format. And if it's a slow format, 5 mana you're going to get to every game. Like, that's the only thing you've got going against you. The only 2 things you've got going against you for this is that it's 5 mana and a rare. So luckily you're not going to see it all of the time because it's a rare, so therefore harder to find. But I think this is a slow enough format that 5 mana doesn't matter. Like, they're going to get to 5 and then they're going to win the game. It's still not the best card we've seen because that's still this really gross 4 mana Donatello mythic. Because this is just gross. But let's look at our next rare. Now we have Dawn and Wrath, Hard Science. This is a 3-mana 2/4 for 1 hybrid is it for legendary creature mutant ninja turtle. It has Menace, makes sense. That gets to our conversation we had earlier about Raphael and Donatello both being menaces. Now they have keyword Menace. And then whenever Dawn and Wrath attack, the next non-creature spell you cast this turn has affinity for artifacts. Well, we've already been saying it since the beginning. Blue-red cares about artifacts, and here we know. Blue-red cares about artifacts to the point that literally their blue-red hybrid rare, when you attack with it, just gives all of your non-creature spells affinity. And now, your crazy things like this Brilliance Unleashed, if you can pay 2 mana for both of these effects, deal 5 damage, and return an artifact from your graveyard, and it's either an artifact creature or you make it an artifact creature, 2 mana for this is unreasonable. 6 mana for that, it's still very good, but at least it's 6 mana. No one's ever going to get to 6 mana. If you're paying 2 mana for it, crazy. Dawn and Wrath, very, very good. Dream Beavers. This is a 1-mana, 1/1 flyer in black for a creature Beaver Nightmare. When it enters, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life, scry 1. Why have we power crept 1-mana, 1/1 black creature cards? What happened to Dreadhounds? Like, Dreadhound, and this is also, Dreadhound is a very good card anyways, in the correct deck. Not Dreadhound, black, mana value, it's black, and it's a creature. Yeah, but we're like power creeping Banehound. Banehound was a 1-mana 1/1 with lifelink and haste, and now we're just like, you know what? What if it was a flyer, and when it ETB'd, all of our opponents lost a life, you gained a life, and you also got to scry 1. It's just like, we get just to do everything. It's so many words. There's so many words on this stupid beaver. This beaver has infinite words on it. Dream Beavers, I think, is Black has not been impressed enough. Black has been very, very good for a very, very long time. This is just one of the craziest words for what amount of words for 1 black I've ever seen in my life. Eastwind Avatar, 4-mana 2/4 Flying Vigilance with Alliance. Okay, so Alliance has been come back. Whenever another creature you control enters, this creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn at common. Okay, so once again, this gets into our we're putting together ideas in our head, and that is that white is supposed to be a low-to-the-ground aggressive kind of strategy. And Eastwind Avatar, I think, is very typical of that. Flying Vigilant 2/4 that gets bigger the more creatures you play, love it. EPF Point Squad. This is another common. This is our hybrid 1 Boros, hybrid Boros, for a human soldier 2/1. It also has Alliance. Whenever another creature enters, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Alliance is just a fancy word for this mechanic of whenever another creature enters, X happens. Think of it similar to Landfall, but whereas Landfall is when a land enters, Alliance is when a creature enters. This is pretty good. Like, it's a 3-mana 2/1, but it gets out of hand pretty quick. Which is, pretty great. Yeah, that with Voice of Victory is very, very rude. Like, there's already a lot of very good cards that have existed in, especially since Tarkir Dragonstorm, in the Mardus. Like, anything with Mobilize and EPF Point Squad, it's just like, oh, I play Stadium Headliner on 1 into Voice of Victory on 2, into EPF Point Squad on 3, attack with my board, make 3 1/1s that ETB, and now I've played a 3-mana 5/4. Your turn? Like, this isn't a deck that exists currently in Standard. It's one that was theorized when Tarkir Dragonstorm came out, and then was quickly abandoned because everyone's like, why would we do that when we could do all of these other things? Like play Vivi almost immediately thereafter. Or why would we do this when we could be playing Pori Steelcutter? But if you're going to keep printing things that do stuff like this, and then you have all of these mobilized creatures laying around, this in a mobilized deck just is a 3-mana 5/4 on turn 3. Like, it just gets out of hand real quickly. And it's a common. That's just gross. Once again, we have great mana fixing in this. They've reprinted Escape Tunnel. Kori Steelcutter ban was the correct call. I still play in longer term formats like Legacy, where they still let Kori Steelcutter just exist for some reason. And it's a mistake every time. Like, it's just like, why does this card have to be as good as it is, and why does it exist? I don't understand. Escape Tunnel is our fetch land of the set. For common, sack the land, search for a basic land, put it onto the battlefield tapped and shuffled, or sack and target creature with power 2 or less can't be blocked. This, I think, is the perfect Evolving Wilds for this set, because it also can make it so that, like, you can make your creature that is really small unblockable, so you can get your sneaks off of just, like, putting in these creatures with sneak for less than they cost and get their powerful sneak effects. Escape Tunnel is, like, literally the perfect card for this set. 100% perfect call. Love to see it. Now we have Everything Pizza. This is a 2-mana uncommon artifact food. When it enters, search your library for a basic, put it into your hand, reveal it, put it in your hand, and then shuffle. And then for 2 and a Wooburg and tap and sacrifice this artifact. Target player gains 3 life and draws a card. Each opponent discards a card. This artifact deals 3 damage to any target and put 3 +1/+1 counters on up to 1 target creature. Okay. So that's an insane effect, but also impossible to activate. This reminds me of World Tree? Path to the World Tree. Does anyone else remember this card from Kaldheim? So this was a really big thing in Kaldheim Limited. If you were a sicko, like me, and you played the secret best deck in Kaldheim Limited, which was 5-color Snow. And so you'd play things like this. You'd play the uncommon Troll that ETB'd and made Manaliths. And you would just play this thing that was like, yeah, it's a 2-mana enchantment that ETBs and gets me a basic land. And I put it in my hand to shuffle. Great. But then, if I'm 5-color, eventually I'm going to get to 7 lands, and they're going to be one of each color. Kaldheim's one of my favorite limiteds ever. I was, like I said, a sicko, and played infinite 5-color Snow, which isn't a good deck, but it was so much fun to draft and play in that format. And all that to say, Path to the World Tree was one of the ways that you won those games, because it just does so many crazy things when you pay the 7 mana. And somehow it feels like Everything Pizza is a power-crept Path to the World Tree. It can go in any deck because it's 2 colorless, just 2 generic mana. Could go in any deck. It gets you any basic, and if you're ever tapping for 7 mana and have 1 of each color and are getting that effect, it's an insane effect. I think this is playable just in the fact that it's a 2 mana go get a land, and it's an artifact for all of the things that care about artifact synergies or sacking permanents. Like, so it's definitely a really, really good uncommon, but if you ever can live the dream and pay 7 mana and sack this artifact, you have won that game. Like, it's just... I don't think there's coming back from that. On to another uncommon that's just interesting. We have Featherbrained Filcher. This is a 1 mana 0/2 flying bird mutant that whenever it leaves the battlefield, you make a food token. So this is like City Pigeon, but it's not a 1/1, it's an 0/2. So it can never do any damage, but it's literally just like, this is the big red flashing sign of, hey, you should play Sneak in this format. We've given you this creature that can never be blocked because we want you to be sneaking. And if you sneak this thing, you get a benefit. So, sounds good, Muse. This is fine. Foot Elite. 2 and a hybrid Orzhov for a common 2/4 human ninja. Whenever this creature attacks another target creature you control gets +1/+0 and indestructible into the turn. Okay, so it's low to the ground, it's aggressive. 3 mana 2/4 that when it attacks another creature becomes a +1/+0 and indestructible. We've seen infinite different versions of this card. I don't think that this card necessarily is great, but it's not bad. I don't see any problem in playing this card. Foot Headquarters. This is our green-white tap land. These are all good. Foot Mystic. This is a 3/4 common human ninja 2/4 for 3 and a black human ninja warlock at common. It has lifelink. And whenever it enters, if a permanent left the battlefield under your control this turn, create a 1/1 black ninja creature token. Okay, so Disappear is basically another word for revolt. What's the one from Void? Essentially, if a non-land permanent left the battlefield this turn, it does this. I don't like that we have 3 different terms for that effect now, but like, it's fine. This is an okay common. It's a 2/4, and if you've had something leave the battlefield this turn, it's a 2/4 and a 1/1 for 4 mana. Fine. Foot Ninjas. This is a 6 mana 5/5 common for 4 hybrid Orzhov. It has Sneak for 3 and a hybrid Orzhov. When it enters, you gain 3 life, and it's a 5/5. I mean, if this is as slow of a format as it's looking to be, this is probably not bad. Frog Butler. 1 and a green for a 1/1 with Death Touch. Tap, add 1 mana of any color. 2 colorless. This creature gains reach until end of turn. This is just Poison Dart Frog. This is literally just Poison Dart Frog, except for Poison Dart Frog always has reach. And this one, you have to use the activated ability to give it reach. It's just the opposite. This one has Death Touch always, and you pay to give it reach. And the other one has reach always. It's another frog for your swamp deck, but it's also just literally this exact same card, and they just flipped reach and Death Touch. That's hilarious. That's so funny to me. They just flipped the 2 of them. Okay. Well, Frog Butler, you have also continued just being a cute little guy. So, you're also a spirit for some reason? Love it. I see no problem with this either. Perfect card. 10 out of 10. Is it, like, good in limited? Maybe. But it's also just, like, it's a perfect little guy. Fugitive Droid. They should not give you another Spore Frog. Spore Frog is a criminal and knows what it did. And should not be respected for it. Fugitive Droid. 1 blue for a 1/1. Robot Scientist. Artifact creature. It can't be blocked if an artifact enters the battlefield under control this turn. That's gross. That's the same text as one of the best artifact creatures ever printed, Kappa Cannoneer. And then for a blue, sack this creature, counter target spell that targets an artifact creature you control. So it's like a mixture between he's actively committing war crimes as we speak. Sporefrog is always committing war crimes. You have been fed the propaganda, Rat King. Fugitive Droid has the can't be blocked text of Kappa Cannoneer and the sacrifice to counter a spell text of Siren Stormtamer. I don't think this is bad, especially with all of the things that we found that put counters on Fugitive Droids. And the fact that it puts them in your graveyard for things that keep reanimating things from graveyards and making them into the other things. You shouldn't be susceptible to your own propaganda. You're creating your propaganda wrong. Yeah, this is a huge deal. Like, for an uncommon, this is actually, I think, one of the best uncommons we've seen. This Fugitive Droid kind of bangs. Like, this is really good. General Trog, Heart of Stone. This is a 5-mana 4/3 legendary artifact creature elemental soldier for 3 red. It has trample. When it enters, sack another artifact. When you do, it deals 4 damage to target creature. Once again, this goes into the fact that we just have all of these random artifacts that we're playing in this Artifact Matters blue-red, and then all of these crazy payoffs at uncommon of like, oh, you say you want me to put this artifact into the graveyard, the place that I want my artifact to be, and I get to just FTK something out of nowhere? Say less. General Trag, I think, is also very good. The only thing I don't like about it is that it's 5 mana for that effect, but once again, we think this might be a slower format. Genghis Frog is an uncommon 2 mana 1/3 legendary creature frog mutant rogue for a green and a blue. It has trample, so it's a trample 1/3. Interesting text line. Whenever Genghis Frog or another mutant you control enters, create a mutagen token. More frogs. This is also a frog that makes artifact tokens, and those tokens put counters on things. Green-blue might be all about mutagens. He is blue. He's also very, very good. I think this is your signpost uncommon. Makes so many artifacts. Truly so many artifacts. He gets mutants, or frog, or himself. Just, that's a lot of artifacts. All of these mutagen tokens are giving me really big blood token vibes, and blood tokens were very, very good. We get Go Ninja Go. This is an uncommon 2 for a red and a white. Choose one or both. Exile target creature you control, then return to the battlefield under its owner's control, or it deals damage equal to the greatest power among creatures you control to target creature an opponent controls. So, a sorcery blink effect that's also a removal spell. Gross. This is good. I don't need to expound on that. This is just a really good card. Ground Chuck and Dirtbag. 6 mana, 8/8, legendary creature, Ox Mole Mutant. This is a rare for 4 green. It just has trample, and then whenever you tap a land for mana, add green. That's... like, is it good? Probably. It'll kill people dead. It's just a 6 mana 8/8 trample as a baseline. That's more power and toughness than you're paying mana for. And, like, we play Colossal Dreadmaws in limited formats because 6 mana 6/6s with trample win games. This is a 6 mana 8/8 with trample. That also wins games, but it also doubles all of your mana. Almost better than Colossal Dreadmaw. I agree, Muse. This is almost better than Colossal Dreadmaw, and that is some very high praise. Ground Chuck and Dirtbag. That's a rare that if you get it... yeah, typed it just as we were saying it. Love it. We love it so much. I'm glad that you see the vision, Muse. Next, we have Grounded for Life. This is a common instant removal spell. In white. Perfect. 5 mana, 4 and a white, but if you target a tapped creature, it costs 3 less, so it's really only 2. And then just destroy target creature. 1 and a white, destroy target creature. They've printed 1 million of these recently. All of them are good. This is just the latest in good ones. Guac and marshmallow pizza. We have our third pizza, chat. This one is a common for 1 green artifact food. It has flash. When it enters, target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Untap it. Sack this artifact, you gain 3 life. Pay 2 mana and sack it. This is now, I think, the best pump spell. This might be one of the best pump spells ever. Because it's a pump spell that's also an artifact. With flash. This is crazy. Hamato Guardian Stance. This is another pump spell. 1 white for an instant. Target creature gets +1/+3 and gains flying until end of turn. And you scry 1. Pump spells win games. Guac and Marshmallow. Muse, all of the pizza topping combinations have been haunted. They have been horrible. Guac and Marshmallow is a real bad one, though. Hard one Jit, so, you know, Jits are always great. Maybe we've learned from it. 1 in a red. Artifact equipment. Okay, off to a bad start. It's very TMNT. Equipped creature just gains double strike, equip 2. Chat, I don't know how many of you are familiar with Fire Shrieker from Mirrodin block, but Fire Shrieker is 3 mana, equipped creature has double strike, equip 2. It's literally, they have just completely power corrupt Fire Shrieker. Now, we have Fire Shrieker in this set, and it's only 2 mana and does all of the same things. 2026 truly is a crazy time to be alive. Fire Shrieker, by the way, very, very good in its limited format, and in its constructed format. Hard one Chite, also probably pretty good. Double Strike is just way better than people think it is. Especially only for equip 2. You'll be fine. Henchbots, 4 mana, 2/3. Artifact creature robot. When it enters, exile target tapped creature an opponent controls until it leaves the battlefield. It's an O-ring that's a 2/3. Also, it's an artifact. What have we noticed? We've got Dawn and Leo who blink artifacts, so you can just change your O-ring target. We've got Brilliance Unleashed, which can reanimate this and then you O-ring something. We've got Baxter, who can make this a 5/3 Vigilance First Strike O-ring every turn. This is a good card. This is a better card than you think in that it's like a good removal spell and it's also an artifact and artifacts matter. High Flying Ace. 3 mana for a 2/3 flyer, for 2 and a white, it has flying, and then for 3 and a white, target creature without flying gains flying until end of turn, activate only as a sorcery. It's a common, it does a thing, it's a 3 mana, 2/3 flyer, it's a Wind Drake. Wind Drakes are just generally okay. Ice Cream Kitty. This is 1 and a hybrid Golgari for an artifact creature, food, cat, mutant, 1/3. 2 generic, sack another creature or token, draw a card, activate only as a sorcery. And 2 and tap, sacrifice this creature, you gain 3 life. Okay. This cat is kind of bonkers, chat. It's also a common. Pauper players everywhere are rejoicing right now. Because this is now one of the best cards for Pauper, probably in this set. This card is bonkers bananas. Sack outlet, withdraw, and its only downside is that you can only do it at sorcery speed. This is insane. This in Pauper with an Ichor Wellspring. I sack my Ichor Wellspring, draw 2 cards. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. And it's a 1/3? 1/3, that doesn't die to like anything. This thing's gonna live forever. It's also an artifact and a creature and a food. This card is pushed. This might be the single best common we've seen. Illegitimate Business. This is our Golgari tap land. Last thing for this page, we have our rare artifact equipment for 1 and a red, improvised arsenal. The equipped creature gets +1/+0 for each artifact you control. That's Skull Clamp's music. Not Skull Clamp, that's Cranial Plating's music. 4 in a red, create a token that's a copy of this equipment, and equip for a red. This is a problem, chat. This card is a problem. It's just cranial plating. It's not quite cranial plating because you can't equip it at instant speed. But it's a cranial plating that for 5 mana makes more cranial platings. This is going to be rough. This is going to be one of those things where, like, especially in how many artifacts matter things we've seen in this set, it also now justifies a whole bunch of other things. Since when we were talking about him earlier, we were looking at Casey Jones, Jury Rig Justicar, and, like, he's a 2-mana 2-1 with haste. That's whatever. He's fine. But he gets to look through the top 4 for an artifact, and you put it into your hand. And we're like, oh, we'll see what artifacts you would find that you'd actually want. And then you get this, and you're like, oh, Casey's trying to find his bat, because then he's going to play his bat and kill you with it. This is going to be rough. Especially since it's just like, there's so many incidental artifacts we want to be playing, and also it can make more artifacts, and it's equip 1. This is going to be rough. This is... The Affinity player in me that played Modern Affinity for years is like, oh, when can I get an improvised arsenal? Like, I couldn't buy one soon enough. Okay, on to the next page. We've got a couple more. I'm going to try and be faster about this. We're going to go a little bit faster. Insectoid Exterminator. 3 mana, 2/2 Insect Mutant. This is a common for 2 and a black. It has Flying and then Disappear, which is, once again, chat, Revolt. At the beginning of your end step, if a permanent left the battle to this turn, scry 1. Fine. It's a black Wind Drake. Wind Drakes are playable. They're not great. Jenica, Bad Apple Big Sister. 4 and a white for a common legendary creature, Mutant Ninja Turtle. She's a 3/3. When it enters, create a 2/2 mutant creature token, and then plane cycling. Okay, so this is the next in the cycle. We've already seen the black part of the cycle that was the swamp cycling. This is that one was a 5 mana 5/4 with Menace. This is a 4 mana 3/3 that makes a 2/2 and plane cycles. These are all good. These are all playable. Jenica's Technique. 2 and a red. Jenica's Technique deals 2 damage to each creature. So it's a Pyroclasm, but it's also a Pyroclasm that you can sneak in for 1 at instant speed. That's gross. Red decks everywhere love Jenica's Technique. This is a very good card. Kirai, Future of the Foot. This is a 3 mana 3/3 legendary creature human ninja for 1 white and a black. She has Sneak for 2 white and a black, so her Sneak is actually higher than her not Sneak cost, which means that her Sneak ability is probably gross. Let's read it. Whenever Kirai deals combat damage to a player, return target creature from your graveyard to your hand. If her Sneak cost was played this turn, instead, just return it straight to the battlefield. Okay, so yeah, I was right. Her Sneak cost is ridiculous. Her Sneak ability is literally just, I put her in and reanimate anything. Just reanimate any creature. We've got Jenica, we've got all of these Cyclillers that we can put in that you would hate to have reanimated. We've got the, you can play Kirai Future of the Foot with your Armagon. This 9 mana, or this 8 mana 9/6 that ETBs and destroys 3 creatures. And now it's just like, I reanimate this 8 mana 9/6, kill your entire board, and you just took 3 damage from my Kirai. Would you like to concede? You can. It's a free action. Reanimate decks for choice anywhere. You didn't need any help, and we gave it to you anyways. We gave you this very good Reanimator. Kirai's Technique. 3, same mana value as Kirai. 1 white, black for a sorcery. This one has Sneak 2 for a white and a black. Choose one or both. Target creature gets +3/+3 until end of turn, or target creature gets -3/-3 until end of turn. So it's a pump spell and a removal spell. Honestly, this is a great uncommon. If you see this, take it every single time if you're in white-black. It'll kill your opponent. It'll also kill their creatures. This is great. Kitsune, Dragon's Daughter. This is a 6 mana 6/6, 4 blue for a legendary creature Fox Warlock Avatar. She has Vigilance, and whenever Kitsune enters or deals combat damage to a player, exchange control of 2 other target creatures controlled by different players. So just like, hey, have my pigeon give me your Kirai. I mean, it's, once again, we have our 6 mana 6/6 conversation of, is this better than Colossal Dreadmaw? It's different than Colossal Dreadmaw. It will still kill people pretty dead, and 6 mana 6/6 Vigilance doesn't matter. it's still big and it will kill things. The second line of text here of like swapping control of creatures, I think could be good, but there's no real guarantee that it's going to be great. The one that I think is really crazy that we have seen previously is Kitsune's Technique. Kitsune's Technique is a rare. It is a 4-mana instant, a 6-mana instant, 4 blue. It can sneak in for 1 and a blue though. And for 1 and a blue sneak, target opponent mills half their library rounded up. You just get rid of half your deck. Get it out of here. I don't know that this is going to see play in Limited. It's definitely... There's already a... Yeah, on ETB2 for Exchange Control. It's, like... I don't know how great that is. It really is a situational thing. But it's also a May, so you don't have to exchange if you don't want to. Kitsune, I think, is just pushed. And Kitsune's Technique is... There's a mill deck in Standard that's going to play this. Because the mill deck in Standard is going to win with this. It's going to make the mill deck in Standard start playing creatures. A thing that it's currently not doing. This also just goes straight into Modern Mill. Like, this is just one of the best mill cards we've seen in a very, very long time. Koya, Death Row Above. 2 and a white for a legendary creature, Mutant Ninja Bird. It's a 2/1. Flying, when Koya enters, exile one other target creature. At the beginning of the next end step, you may pay 3 and a black. If you don't, return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. So, it's either 2 mana O-Ring, but you have to pay 4 mana at the beginning of the next step. So 7 mana O-Ring on a 2/1 flyer, or 7 mana blink a creature. Honestly, either mode of that, 7 mana O-Ring, not great. But 3 mana blink your creature. We've seen there's a lot of crazy things to blink in this set. This, I think, is really good. Now we get to Krang Mastermind. 6 blue for a 1/4 legendary artifact creature, Utrom Warrior. That's a lot of mana, I hear you saying. Because I'm thinking to myself, don't worry, this card has affinity for artifacts. So, we already know artifacts matter. This is going to be huge. You're also going to be paying... in this format, I don't think you're paying 8 mana for this ever. You're paying, like, maybe 4. At a 4 mana 5/4, that when he enters, if you have less than 4 cards in your hand, draw until you have 4 cards in hand, and it has its own built-in cranial plating, Krang is busted. This is... If you can get a Krang, he will win you games. This seems absolutely insane. Like, this is one of the best cards we've seen. It's maybe the only card I think we've seen that is better than Krang is still that Mythic Donatello, but it's close. This card is absolutely insane. In dedicated artifact strategies too, outside of Limited, like if you're trying to build an Artifacts Matter deck, this is just a 2 mana, like 7/4 that drew you 3 cards. Like, this goes in Modern Affinity. Krang and Shredder. This is our blue-black team-up hybrid card. This is a 6 mana, 6/7 legendary creature, Utrom Human Ninja for 4 hybrid Dimir. Whenever it enters or attacks, each opponent exiles cards from the top of their library until they exile a non-land card. And then disappear. At the beginning of your end step, if a permanent left the battlefield under your control this turn, you may cast a card exiled with Krang and Shredder without paying its mana cost. If I'm going to play a 6 mana card, I want my 6 mana cards to win me the game. This is a 6 mana card that's going to win you the game. It's just enough said. This is a very, very powerful card. It gives you ideas of like Atali. It does require Disappear to be triggered, but you can get that if a permanent leaves the battlefield under your control this turn. So that's if you blink anything, if you attack, or if you have like an artifact that you sacrifice. Disappear, I think, will be easier to trigger than you think. But it is also a 6 mana 6/7 that is almost entirely useless unless you can trigger Disappear. It's like not as good as the last Krang, but still an absolutely insane card. Now we get to the last Krang. This one's the Mythic Krang, Krang Utrom Warlord. This is a 9 mana 9/9 legendary artifact creature, Utrom Robot, with Flying, Trample, Indestructible, and Haste. Other artifact creatures you control have Flying, Trample, Indestructible, and Haste. Chat. we have read so far 2 different reanimator effects in this format. One that is a reanimator that is Karai, and the other is the 6 mana blue-red uncommon sorcery that reanimates only artifacts. Brilliance Unleashed. Choose target artifact card in your graveyard to return to the battlefield if it's an artifact creature card. There are multiple ways. Like, I don't think that Krang Utram Warlord you will ever be paying retail for, but it will enter the battlefield and it will kill you immediately, and you will get it either from Karai or you will get it from Brilliance Unleashed, and your Brilliance Unleashed opponent is just going to reanimate this 9/9. All of their artifact creatures are going to have Flying, Trample, Indestructible, and Haste, and this is a 9/9, and they're going to kill you. Is it playable as a non-reanimated target? Probably not. I can't imagine that it'd be even remotely playable not as a reanimated target. But there's so many ways to reanimate this, and if you reanimate it, it will win you the game. Leader's Talent. This is our 3rd class. This is Leonardo's class. 1 and a white for an enchantment class. Whenever you attack, put a +1/+1 counter on target attacking creature. That's just good. Already, we're off to a great start. Standard has the spider that copies creatures in graveyard. Standard already has a very good reanimator deck that saw play at the Pro Tour that was reanimating Bringer of the Last Dawn. Superior Spider-Man reanimates this super well. Like, we have such good reanimator cards in Standard that we're just like, oh, what did Standard reanimator, what was it missing, really? It's missing a 9/9 Flying Haste Indestructible with Trample. So sorry. So sorry. How could I have missed that? Leader's Talent. 2 and a white. Whenever a creature you control leaves the battlefield, if it had a counter on it, gain 2 life. So, already the best version of this is still just that you pay 2 and you never have to level it. But what does level 3 give you? Level 3, whenever you cast a spell, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. When we were talking about classes last time, chat, and I said if I'm going to pay 9 mana for an effect, I want it to be an effect that wins the game. Last time it was an effect that didn't win us the game. This is an effect that if you've paid 9 mana for Leader's Talent, and now every single spell you cast for the rest of the game puts a counter on every creature you control, that is an effect that wins you the game. In my ranking of the talents right now, Leader's Talent is 2nd. It's not as good as the red talent. It's way better than the blue talent. Leatherhead, Swamp Stalker. 2 green for a 5/4 legendary creature Crocodile Mutant Rogue with Trample. When it enters, you put a hexproof counter on her, and whenever she deals combat damage to a player, you may remove a counter from her. When you do, destroy target artifact or enchantment that player controls. I mean, it's pretty good. It's a very powerful effect. It Trigon Predators, but at the expense of a counter. There's a lot of ways to put counters on creatures in this format, so you don't have to get rid of her hexproof counter. That being said, like, even compared to Leader's Talent, or Krang and Shredder, it's just kind of like meh. I don't think that Leatherhead needed to be a rare. Leatherhead could have been probably an uncommon, but it's still pretty good. Now we get to compare all 4 of the Leonardos, starting with the common Leonardo, Leonardo Big Brother. Leonardo Big Brother is a 1/3 for 2 and a white for a legendary creature, Mutant Ninja Turtle. He has Sneak 1 for just a single white mana. Leonardo gets +1/+0 for each other creature you control. Oh, so if you're going wide with all of your creatures, he just sneaks in and is like a 9/3 and kills you out of nowhere. And you're telling me that this is a common? Crazy. This is a very, very good common. This is now one of the leaders for, like, best common in the set. Leonardo Cutting Edge. 2 and a white for a legendary creature, Mutant Ninja Turtle, 1/1. He also has Sneak for a single white. Yeah, Surprise Enormous Turtle at common. You're gonna see this everywhere. Just, if you're playing in this limited format against an opponent that has white in their mana values, expect them to hit you with a Leonardo Big Brother for 12 out of nowhere at any given moment. Like, you just cannot not block white creatures in this format. if this is at common, they're going to have a million of these. Every white deck will have a Leonardo Big Brother, and it will kill you. Leonardo Cutting Edge is the rare. He has sneak for a single white. He has life. You have to. You just have to. Because it will... Luckily, all of the removal we've seen is cheap, good, and will kill Leonardo. So... like, you will be fine, but it is just like, you can't leave an unblocked creature in white. Cutting Edge, he's a 1/1 with lifelink, but whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on Leonardo. It's another version of the Leonin that gets a counter whenever you gain life. This one just has lifelink. Honestly, as far as rares go, once again, much like Leatherhead, I don't think Leonardo's as good as most of the rares we've read. Also, I also kind of like the common Leonardo better than Leonardo Cutting Edge. Leonardo Leader in Blue. This is a 1-mana 2/1 legendary creature mutant ninja turtle. He has Sneak 5. 3 white. When Leonardo enters, if his sneak cost is paid, all creatures you control get +2/+0 until end of turn. And then for 1 and a white, Leonardo gains first strike until end of turn. So, it's a Savannah Lions, but if you pay 5 mana, it's also a Trumpet Blast. Once again, the common Leonardo I still think is the best Leonardo, although a 1-mana 2/1 is still just fine. I think we're a very aggro deck in white, base white, and so just a 1-mana 2/1 really leads with that. What about the Mythic Leonardo? Already the best card we've seen in this format so far has been the Mythic Donatello. Does Leonardo live up to that? Leonardo Sewer Samurai is a 4-mana 3/3 legendary creature mutant ninja turtle samurai for 3 and a white. It has Sneak 2 white, so same value but different mana cost. He just has Double Strike. And then during your turn, you may cast creature spells with power or toughness 1 or less from your graveyard. If you cast a spell this way, that creature enters with a finality counter on it. Oh, so he just lets you reanimate all of your 1-drops from your graveyard. So Leonardo Sewer Samurai lets you cast 2 of the other 3 Leonardos from your graveyard. Oh, all of your power or toughness. He lets you cast all of the other Leonardos from your graveyard. This immediately, I think, goes in the budget black-white aristocrat deck that you see sometimes in Standard with Sephiroth. Power or toughness changes that a lot. It actually makes it kind of incredibly good. The finality counter makes it so it's like not repeatable, which I'm glad they did that, because if not, this would have been absolutely busted in half. But it's still a 4-mana 3/3 double strike at worst. Like, it was pretty good. Leonardo's Technique. 3 and a white for a sorcery. It has Sneak 1 and a white. Return 1 or 2 target creature cards, each with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Another Reanimator. We just, once again, we're reanimating anything. Really. What I'm learning is that we're just reanimating in this set. We're reanimating little things, reanimating big things. We're just reanimating in this set. Leonardo's Technique. Luckily, all of our reanimators, except for one, have been at rare or higher. But Karai is an uncommon, and that's terrible. Lessons from Life. 2 green and a blue for a sorcery. Draw 3 cards. Put a land from your hand onto the battlefield tapped. Oh, it's just a growth spiral, but now you get 3 cards. They are often animated, and it's been rebooted a gazillion times, but also, like, I have known nothing about this set going into it, Midnight Campaign, and while this is a beautiful joke that you are making, it is also one of, like, very realistically, I hate the fact that there is, like, genuine... Like, Reanimator's already a really good deck in Standard, and now they're just giving us even more reasons to be like, hey, why are you not doing Reanimator stuff? It's kind of busted. And I have to say, like, yeah, you know, it is. Lita, Little Orphan Amphibian. 1 and a white for a 2/1 legendary creature, Mutant Ninja Turtle. With Alliance, whenever another creature you control enters, choose one that hasn't been chosen this turn. Put a counter on Lita, create a food token, or scry one. Okay, Lita's very good. For an uncommon, Lita's very, very good. Especially if you're going wide. Card advantage, food tokens, counters. She does everything you want to be doing. If you see her, you would be advantaged to pick her. Lord Dreg, Insect Invader. 3 and a black for a legendary creature, Insect Warrior. Flying, 3/2. This uncommon has disappeared at the beginning of your end step. If a permanent left the battlefield under your control this turn, make a 1/1 black Insect Warrior creature whichever one flying. And for 3 and a green, sack a token, draw a card. Once again, Muse, we have another uncapped sack outlet that draws you cards. This one's just 4 mana. Which, I mean, is a lot, but you can do it as many times as you want. So if you could just make 1 billion green mana, you just start sacking tokens to draw cards as much as you would like. Hate that they keep making these unbounded sack outlets. This card's probably not playable in limited, or it's probably playable, but it's not great. But if you can get it into a situation where you can make infinite green mana, 4 for a sack outlet is a lot, but if you're in a format where you can make infinite green mana, which there's so many ways to just like oops and stumble and trip your way into infinite green mana, especially if you're in like Abzan, this is just sack enemy number of tokens, draw as many cards. Jund can also do that. Madam Null, Power Broker, 2 and a black. For a legendary creature, Demon Advisor at rare. She is a 1/3 with Death Touch. Whenever another creature you control enters, pay life equal to its power. If you do, put that many +1/+1 counters on it. That's interesting. I don't know how good that is, but it is also one of those if just like you can put a whole bunch of counters on things for the only payment being your life total. Madam Null, I think, is a very interesting card. I don't know that she's a very good card. Make your move. 2 and a white for an instant. Destroy target artifact, enchantment, or creature with power 4 or greater. We've had infinite versions of this card. This is another one. It's probably fine. The fact that it destroys artifacts in this very artifact-heavy set, huge. Manhole Missile. 1 and a red for an instant. It deals 3 damage to target creature. You may put a card from your hand on the bottom of your library. If you do, draw a card. It's just a reprint of Flame Prophecy. Flame Prophecy... Or is it Fire Prophecy? Fire Prophecy, yeah. Zeatora and Corvold say hello? Yeah, that would... This could go in a Zeatora or a Corvold. It's gonna always give you... Those decks will always trigger your disappears. You'll always get a black Insect Warrior with flying at every end step. And then you can sack that to continue doing Zeatora and Corvold stuff. Mechanized Ninja Cavalry, 1 and a hybrid Boros. When this creature enters, create a 1/1 colorless robot artifact creature token. This is an artifact that makes 2 artifacts. This is busted in this set because we have so many things that care about artifacts. And this just makes 2 for 2 mana. Huge. Metalhead, 4 and a blue for a legendary artifact creature robot turtle, 4/4. When it enters, return up to 1 other target artifact or creature to its owner's hand. And then for a red, sack another artifact to put a +1/+1 counter on Metalhead. He gains Menace and Haste till end of turn. 2 artifacts here is gross. It's very spooky. And then we just get even more... Like, this is another uncommon in the blue-red deck. That this is just... You can return an artifact or creature to its owner's hand. That can be yours or your opponent's. And then you sack any of your artifacts that are laying around. It becomes a 5-mana 5/5 with Menace and Haste. And you just attack for 5. This is a gross card. We're on to Michelangelos. We have 4 Michelangelos to talk about here. The first is our common Michelangelo Game Master. 2 and a green for a legendary creature, mutant ninja turtle. He's a 3-mana 3/3. He has disappear at the beginning of your end step. If a permanent left the battlefield under your control this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on Michelangelo. So if a permanent leaves, you just keep putting counters on him. Seems very good. Michelangelo Improviser. This is the mythic Michelangelo. 3 and a green for a 4/4 legendary creature, mutant ninja turtle. Sneak for 2 green. Whenever he deals combat damage to a player, you may put a creature and or land from your hand on the battlefield. So you just show and tell. It's just 4 mana, deal 4 damage, show and tell. So not only not only, chat, are we reanimating this format, so we can reanimate our 9 mana Krang, we can also show and tell, and or. You can do both. Just like, here's my basic forest, here's my Krang, it's a 9/9, it has flying, trample, indestructible, and haste. This is gross. This is not okay. And the fact that you can sneak this in for 4, so it's like, I'm gonna attack you with my little itty-bitty flyer, don't worry about it. Oh, let me tap in 4 mana and drop in a land and this massive idiot. The thing is, like, if you sneak it in, you can also, like, if you don't have anything, like, the worst this is put in a land and put in the creature that you just returned to your hand for sneak. So it's like the creature never left anyways. And with all of the crazy ETBs that exist, Michelangelo Improviser is a problem and is crazy. This is up there with the mythic Donatello, as just like, these are cards that are like a mistake. Now we have the uncommon Michelangelo Mutant BFF. It's 4 mana for a 4/4, 2 green for a legendary creature, a mutant ninja turtle. Each creature you control with a counter on it can't be blocked by more than 1 creature. Gross. Green-white is the counters deck. We've found it. Whenever it enters or attacks, create a mutagen token. It's an artifact with 1 tap, sacrifice this token, put a counter on target creature, activate only as a sorcery. You make artifacts whenever you enter or attack. This is also just an Artifacts Matter, the set, it would seem. This is a very good uncommon. Michelangelo's Technique, 4 and a green. It has Sneak for 3 and a green. So 5 mana sorcery, look at the top 8 cards of your library, put 2 creature cards with total mana value 6 or less from among them into the battlefield, and the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. This is just sneakily a kind of reprint for what is that 4 mana instant? It is instant green Cons of Tarkir. Wasn't in Cons of Tarkir, which Collected Company. This is just a different version of Collected Company. But you look at 8 instead of 6, and then you just have 6 total mana value to work with. So, like, you can put in a 5-drop and a 1-drop. You can put in Michelangelo Improviser and the next Michelangelo Weirdness to 11, that's a 2-drop. This is a good card. And if you ever sneak this in for 4, it's great. The only downside to it is that it's a sorcery, but if it wasn't a sorcery, this would be absolutely incredibly busted. At a sorcery, it's still just really good. It's 5 mana for 6 mana worth of creatures, and you get them from the top 8 of your library. This is just a good card. Michelangelo, Weirdness to 11. This is the rare Michelangelo. It is a 2 mana 1/1, 1 and a green for a legendary creature, Mutant Ninja Turtle. Whenever he enters, make a mutagen token. So once again, enters and makes an artifact. Already huge, very good. And if 1 or more +1 encounters when you put on a creature you control, that many +1. So he makes a thing that puts, it's an artifact that puts counters on things, and he's just a Hardened Scales for 2 mana. So you're telling me we have 2 different Ninja Turtles in this deck, one of which in this set, one of which is a Hardened Scales, and the other which is an Ozolith. Set's kind of crazy. Mighty Mute Animals, 2 white for a creature, Mutant Rebel, 2/1. When it enters, create a 2/2 red mutant creature token. Alliance, whenever another creature enters, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. So it triggers itself, and then it's just whenever a creature enters, put a counter on any target creature you control. This seems really good. This also seems crazy with the mobilized creatures. This is a good card, especially at uncommon. Mikey and Dawn, Party Planners. We have our Simic partner here. Mikey and Dawn are 2 Hybrid Simic for a 3/3 legendary creature, Mutant Ninja Turtle. It has Ward 2. You may look at the top card of your library at any time. You may play lands and cast Mutant, Ninja, or Turtle spells from the top of your library. If you cast a creature this way, it enters with an additional +1/+1 counter on it. This card is pushed. This card is insane. Play this card. The fact that it can only do Mutant, Ninjas, or Turtles is deeply limiting. But you can also play lands, and that's just already, like, this is the best, Corsair of crew fix we've ever seen. Mikey and Leo, Chaos and Order. This is Hybrid Selesnya for a legendary creature, Mutant Ninja Turtle 2/2. Whenever you put a counter on a creature, draw a card. This only triggers once each turn. Getting lands to the top is always good. The fact that if you also get a Mutant Ninja or Turtle, which really only matters for cards that are from this set, and they get extra counters, this is still great. Mikey, Leo, Chaos and Order, also a very good card. Immediately they fixed it in making it you can only draw one card per turn. But it's still really good. Like, it's a pretty good card draw on a 2-mana 2/2. Mind Transfer Protocol, 2 and a blue, for an instant, until end of turn, target artifact or creature becomes an artifact creature with base power and toughness 4/5, draw a card. This is like your Zoetic Sigils, your things like that. There's a million different cards that do this. This is, I think, the best of them in that it's 3 mana, it becomes a 4/5, and it makes you draw a card. This is a common. You play this sometimes. It's not like high priority, but it's still a very good attack, a very good card. Mona Lisa, Science Geek, 2 and a green for a legendary creature, Lizard Mutant, 1/3 at uncommon. She has reach. Add X mana of any one color where X is Mona Lisa's power. The fact that we're in a set where we can put counters on everything, this is kind of huge. Mona Lisa, Science Geek, I think is very playable. Mondo Gecko, 2 blue, 1 blue for a legendary creature, Lizard Mutant. He's a 2/3. For 1 mana, discard a card. Until end of turn, Mondo Gecko becomes the color of your choice and gains hexproof from that color. Whenever Mondo Gecko deals combat damage to a player, draw a card for each color among permanents you control. As far as the mythics we've looked at have been, this is not the best mythic, but it's a great mythic coming off of ECI or ECL Limited Eclipsed, where we have Vivid as a very real player in Standard. This goes great in Vivid decks. If you're playing this in a Vivid strategy, you have the potential to have him hit for 2 and draw 5 cards. And that's not actually that hard to achieve. Mondo Gecko is an interesting one. I don't think he's anywhere near as good as, like, Michelangelo Improviser or the Mythic Donatello, but as far as mythics go, he's a playable mythic. Mouser Attack, 1 and a red. For an instant, choose 1. Create a 1/1 robot artifact creature token, where target creature gets plus... Yeah, I muted the mic somehow. I don't know how or when. But yeah, we have some great artifacts at common. This is gross. Hopper is getting to be decimated by this set for the artifact strategies. Mutagen Man, Living Ooze, X green, legendary creature Ooze Mutant. It's a rare, it's a 2/3, it has trample. Activated abilities of artifact tokens you control cost 1 less to activate. So your mutagen tokens now just are tap, sack this token, put a counter. And then when he enters, create X mutagen tokens. Okay, so Mouser Attack we liked because it's a pump spell that also makes an artifact. Mouser Foundry we think is crazy because it is a 2-mana artifact in red that makes another artifact. Mutagen Man seems terrifying with Mikey, I agree. Michelangelo Weirdness to 11 plus Mutagen Man, Living Ooze, seems crazy. It also seems really gross with the frog, the green-blue frog, that whenever you play a mutant, you make a mutagen token. Like, anything that makes mutagens now with Mutagen Man, he just makes them, like, turned to 11. It's great. This is an insanely good card. Mutant Chain Reaction. 2 and a green for a sorcery. Destroy one target artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying. Create a mutagen token. It's this set's Broken Wings, but artifacts and enchantment destruction seems really good because we care about artifacts a lot in this set. Mutant Town. It's the green-blue tap land. We love it. Mutant Town Musicians. 2 and a red for a 2/4 creature mutant bard performer with trample. Alliance. Whenever another creature enters, this creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Sometimes you just need commons that fill slots in a file, and that's what that reads to me. Negate gets a reprint. We love Negate. New Generations Technique. 3 and a green for a sorcery. It has Sneak for 2 and a green. Search your library for 2 basic land cards. Put them on the battlefield tapped and shuffle. Great. We'll take a 4-mana uncommon that ramps you for 2 lands. Especially if you ever sneak it in for 3. Huge. This is great. Ninja Teen. This is another enchantment class. This is the black class. Rude with landfall triggers, I agree. This one is 2 and a black. Whenever a creature you control leaves the battlefield, each opponent loses a life. Here's the payoff for all of our crazy unbounded sack outlets we've been seeing. It's this 3-mana rare that whenever a creature leaves the battlefield, so that's for your sneaks, that's for anything dying, every opponent loses a life. Pay 2 more, creatures you control get +1/+0 and have menace. Pay a single black after that, creature cards in your graveyard have sneak 3 and a... Once again, what is with this in reanimating? Now Ninja Teen allows you to reanimate anything from your graveyard for 3 and a black, and your only thing is you gotta bounce a creature back to your hand during your declare blockers step. Crazy! This is absolutely insane! Ninja Teen now might be the best class. Since this one's is also only 6 mana, as opposed to the blue class and the white class, which were 9 mana. This is very in line with the red class, where you only need to pay 6 mana for it. And if you pay all 6 of that mana, it wins the game. Yeah, Ninja Teen is so good, especially if you're doing all of your Jund, like, aristocrat stuff Muse. This card, like, if you have $2.67 USD just laying around, you need like 3 of these. This card's insane. Nobody. 1 hybrid, is it for a 3/2 artifact creature human hero. When it enters, return 1 other target artifact you control to its owner's hand. Scry 1. It's a 3/2 artifact that gets you another artifact. With the number of crazy artifacts that have ETB abilities, I think this card's probably fine. It's a good common. Northampton Farm. It's a legendary land. Tap, add a colorless. 1 in tap, exile a creature you own. 2 in tap, sack this land, return a creature exiled with land to the battlefield under your control. Return each other card exiled with land to its owner's hand. Okay, this reminds me of... there's another land that I can't remember off the top of my head, so that we're not going to look it up, that you can use to tap it and pull your cards out and put them into exile to save them. And then you can sack it all to bring all of your cards back. The fact that this only ever brings 1 thing back, and then just puts everything else back in your hand is less good, but it's still a pretty good, very powerful land. It saves a whole bunch of your creatures, which is not bad. Northwind Avatar. This is another mythic. This is 2 blue, and a red for a 5/5 creature Dragon Spirit Avatar with flying. When it enters, if you cast it, put a card you own from outside the game into your hand. So just wish for something. Creeping In, I think, is what I was thinking of. Creeping In, I know, does something like that. Hostile Hotel. Sacrifice a creature, put a soul counter on Hostile Hotel, then at 4 or more, remove the creature's transform it, untap. And when it's transformed... No, it was different than this. It's something else that allows you to save your creatures and then bring them back. Hostile Hotel to Creeping In is just like sack the creature, and then eventually you flip it and you can start exiling things from under it, exile things from your graveyard, and then draining them. Yeah, this is a different card. It's a good idea though. Northwind Avatar seems fine. It's a 5-mana 5/5 flyer that wishes. Like, is it as cool as like Michelangelo or Donatello? No, but like it's still fine. This is still a really good card. Novel Nunchuck. 2 and a green for artifact equipment. When it enters, attach it to target creature you control. When you do, equipped creature fights one target creature and opponent controls. Okay, so we have another equipment that enters and is a removal spell. Love that we have 2 of those. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 and trample. Equipped for 3. This is great. This is just good green uncommon removal. Null group biological assets. 2 and a red for a 3/1 creature mutant mercenary. During your turn, it has first strike. Whenever it attacks, discard a card. If you do, draw a card. This is a fine common. It's a role player. Old Hob, Alley Cat Blues. 4 and a red for a legendary creature, cat mutant rebel. At the beginning of combat on your turn, create a 2/2 red mutant creature token. It gains haste until end of turn. Destroy it at the beginning of the next end step. For 1 and a white, target attacking creature token gains indestructible until end of turn. Interesting. It goes in a red-white tokens strategy, which we have been seeing a lot of. A lot of our red-white based cards have been these ones that ETB and make a 2/2 red mutant. So he just seems like the token uncommon for those. Omni Cheese Pizza. So we have our another pizza. This is just 2 mana. Yeah, destroy, not sacrifice is very interesting there. And I think it's mainly because it allows you to make the token, and then if you want to pay the 1 and the white to target that token, you can have your token persist. Because it's going to make you that token. It's going to Goblin Rabble Master every turn. But then instead of having a lot of your Goblin Rabble Master effects that, like, make the token go away, or your mobilize effects, now you give your token indestructible, and because it says destroy, you get to keep the token because your token's a 2/2 with haste and indestructible. So it's so that it can play with itself, which I think is really cool. Omni Cheese Pizza, 2 generic for an artifact food. When it enters, draw a card. 1 tap, sack this artifact, add 1 mana of any color. So it's a cheese pizza that is a prismatic lens. Cool. Or Prophetic Prism. This is just Prophetic Prism. Prophetic Prism's good. We like Prophetic Prism. We just have to sack it for Prophetic Prism this time, which is not as good. Ooze Spill, 1 blue, counter target spell, make a mutagen token. It's cancel with set mechanic. This is a good set mechanic, too. It's a cancel that makes you an artifact. This is kind of now like the best cancel ever made. Orokusaki, Shredder Rising. 2 and a black for a legendary creature, human ninja. At common, he has sneak, 1 and a black. Whenever Orokusaki deals combat damage to a player, draw a card and lose a life, and he's a 3/1. This is fine. Pain 101. 1 and a black for an instant. Until end of turn, target creature gains death touch, and when this creature dies, return to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control. Hey, we love our undying effects and our removal spells. I like Pain 101. This is a great common. Paramecia Colonex, 1 and a black for a 2/2 creature zombie worm. When it enters, mill 3 cards. When it dies, exile it. When you do, put target creature card from your graveyard on top of your library. It's just Undead Butler. We like Undead Butlers. Okay, we're going to try and keep running through these. Party Dude. This is our green class. So we finished our cycle of classes now. Party Dude is a single green. When it enters, each player creates a food token. So you and your opponents. Interesting. For 2 and a green, whenever an artifact an opponent controls is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, draw a card. Oh! Explains part 1. So you just get to have, essentially, the Fangren Mauler. Whenever an artifact is put into the graveyard your opponent controls, draw a card. Love that. For now, another 4 and a green, so 8 total mana. Whenever one of your opponents are attacked, up to 1 target attacking creature gets +X until end of turn, where X is the number of cards in your hand. So I don't think this is as bad as the blue one, but this is definitely, like, not great. I think in Limited this is better than others because this is very much an Artifacts Matters, but in, like, any other format where you don't have control of your opponents having a whole bunch of artifacts, I don't think Party Dude is great. And for 8 mana, once again, we want an effect that wins the game. And if I'm paying 5 mana to put this on level 3, I probably don't have anything else I'm doing with my turn, which means I don't have any cards in my hand. Because I don't have any cards in my hand, this just doesn't do anything. I don't think Party Dude is good. The best one, I think, is definitely the black one at this point. The black one or the red one. Pizza Face, Gastromancer. 3 black, green for a 2/4 legendary artifact creature, food mutant. When it enters, create a food. Disappear at the beginning of your end step of a permanent left the battlefield under your control this turn. Put 3 +1/+1 counters on up to 1 other target artifact or creature. If it isn't a creature, it becomes a mutant creature in addition to its other types. And then for... is that 10 mana? For 10 generic mana, tap and sacrifice Pizza Face, gain 15 life. Interesting. Okay. I don't think Pizza Face is good. His disappear is pretty great, but it's also like he's... yeah, whatever. Prehistoric Pet. This is a 1 mana, 1/2 rare creature dinosaur ninja. It can't be blocked with creatures with greater power. 1 and a white tap. Return another target creature you control to its owner's hand. Activate only during your turn. So this is great if you want to trigger your sneaks. It's fine. Prehistoric Pet, I think, is not bad. Primordial Pachyderm. 3 and a green. Creature, elephant, avatar. Reach, trample. When it enters, you gain 2 life. This is probably one of the best commons in the set. This 4 mana 4/4 with reach and trample, ETB, gain 2 life, is probably one of the best cards, one of the best commons in this entire set. Punk Frogs. 3 hybrid simic for a common frog mutant revel, ward 3 4/5. It just does what it says on the tin. It's a 5 mana 4/5 with ward 3. That common. It's probably fine. It fills some rings. Purple Dragon Punks. 1 and a red for a common. It is a 2/2. It taps to add a red mana. You can only use it to cast artifacts or activate an ability. It's the new... ward 3 is a pain to deal with. It's just ward 3 on a vanilla 4/5. It's fine. It's hard to kill it, but it also, like, it holds a lot of the equipment really well. If you can put the equipment on it, this becomes great. But until then, it's just a 4/5 of a ward 3. It doesn't do anything on its own, but it's also a common. You don't expect it to. This is the now customary red mana dork, but with limits. It fills that role well. Putrid Pals. 4 mana 3/3 creature human ooze mutant for 2 hybrid Golgari. It has Death Touch, and it enters with 2 +1/+1 counters on it if a permanent left the battlefield under your control this turn. 4 mana 5/5 Death Touch, not bad. This is a good common. Quintessential Katana. This is a 1 white artifact equipment, so this is now the white one in this cycle of colored equipments. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has whenever it deals combat damage, untap it, and you gain 2 life. And whenever a ninja you control enters, you attach this equipment to it for free. Honestly, I think this is the best one of the equipments that we've seen so far. And I don't think it's close. The other 2 are just like 3 mana removal spells. This one, like, equips itself. The green one also equips itself. It's 1 mana, which is great. And it just goes on all of your ninjas you want to play. For 1 white, Leo loves this. All of the Leos love having their katana. It's great. And it also is like when the Leo enters, you get the trigger to just equip it onto him immediately. This becomes huge. Ragamuffin Raptor. 5 mana 4/3 for 4 and a green. When this creature enters, return to 1 target creature or food card from your graveyard to your hand. So it just is a raised dead in green, but it also picks up food, so you can pick up your pizza. Ragamuffin Raptor, I think, is probably fine. Now we're on to the Raphaels. We're going to start with the uncommon Raphael. Raphael's Most Attitude. 3 and a red for a 4 mana 4/3 legendary creature, mutant ninja turtle. He has Menace. Checks out. Whenever another creature you control enters, you may exile the top card of your library, so just Impulse Draw. And whenever he attacks, until end of turn, you may play a card exiled with Raphael. Oh, so it exiles whenever a creature enters, and then when you attack, you can cast that card. You may play that card. You still have to pay all the costs for it, but he's just his own little, like, 4/3 value engine with Menace. That's fine. Of the uncommons, it's not a bad uncommon. Let's look at his mythic, Raphael Ninja Destroyer. 2 red for a 4/4 legendary creature mutant ninja turtle. He must be blocked if able. And then he has Enrage. Whenever Raphael is dealt damage, add that much red mana. Until the end of turn, you don't lose this mana as steps and phases end. He just gets angry and we make a whole bunch of mana. As far as the mythics go, it's no Donatello or Michelangelo, but it's not bad. Like, this is a pretty fine Raphael. It just makes a whole bunch of mana. It also has to be blocked. If you can give him a way to be indestructible, he'd be great. You also can give him double strike if you give him his artifact, since we've seen the red one, which is just like 2 mana, give something double strike. But I don't know. He's interesting. Raphael's technique. 6 mana instant, 4 red. It has sneak for 2 and a red. Each player may discard their hand and draw 7 cards. Oh, Raphael's technique is just Wheel of Fortune. Okay. That's probably fine. We can have Wheel of Fortune in this format. It's not like we have the class that cares about cards being discarded, or a standard format that cares about discarding cards because we have things like Monument to Endurance. I'm sure that there's no problem with just printing a 6 mana Wheel of Fortune. That's gotta be fine. It's Wheel for 6 or Wheel for 3, but you also attack with a creature that doesn't get blocked. Crazy. You just get another Wheel of Fortune. And it's an instant. It's an instant Wheel of Fortune. So you can Wheel of Fortune on your opponent's turn. Artist Talent doesn't care about that at all, too, because Artist Talent just reduces the cost. You get all your Artist Talents out, this is Wheel of Fortune for 2. It's just like, yeah, I'm gonna 2 mana instant speed Wheel of Fortune in your end step. We cool with that? At least it's a rare, but it's also like, why did we need Wheel of Fortune in this format? This is a format where people are playing Is It Lessons. Like, we already gave them a 2 mana Ancestral Recall. Why are we giving them a 6 mana Wheel of Fortune? They don't need that. Crazy. The rare Raphael the Night Watcher. He's a 4 mana 2/3 for 2 red, legendary creature, mutant ninja turtle. He has sneak for 1 and a red. Okay, this is gross. He just says attacking creatures you control have double strike. Mono red loves Raphael, and Raphael has one thing and one thing only that he wants to do, and that is damage. Why even play his 2 mana artifact that gives double strike? Because that's 4 mana to give everything double strike. When you can just play this Raphael the Night Watcher that's 4 mana, and everything has double strike always, instead of one thing having double strike all the time. Raphael, he wants to hurt people. Hurt people, Raphael. Have you thought about that? And then finally, the common Raphael Tough Turtle. 1 and a red for a 1/3 with Alliance. Whenever another creature you control enters, Raphael does 1 damage to target opponent. Also goes crazy with those mobilized decks, but this is just a common that's like, hey, every time a creature enters, you're getting domed for 1. All of the Raphaels are good. I honestly think the worst Raphael that we've read is the Mythic Raphael. I think Mythic Raphael is the worst of the 4 Raphaels. Now let's get to the Raphael team up. We've got Raph and Leo, sibling rivals. 1 Hybrid Boros for a 2/4 legendary creature mutant ninja turtle. Whenever Raph and Leo attack, if it's the first combat phase of the turn, untap 1 or 2 target attacking creatures. After this phase, there's an additional combat phase. So we just get to do more combats, and he untaps up to 2 creatures. Great, love that, Raph and Leo. Raph and Mikey, Troublemakers, 7 mana, okay. 5 Hybrid Gruul for a legendary creature, mutant ninja turtle. It's a 7/7 with trample and haste. Whenever Raph and Mikey attack, reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a creature card. Put that card onto the battlefield tapped and attacking, and the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. We've said this a lot today already on stream chat, and I hate to sound like a broken record, but the watchword of, if I'm going to be paying 7, 8, 9 mana for a card, that card has to win me the game. And then they're just like, yeah, well, here's a 7 mana 7/7 with trample and haste, and whenever it attacks, you just exile cards from the top of your library until you hit another creature, and that also enters tapped and attacking. This card's so big, it kills people so good, and it just keeps generating value. Raph and Mikey might be a problem. There's a reason they are called troublemakers. It's just another way, too, that we found of, like, all of these crazy big cards that are in this format. They're like, oh, yeah, we got this 9 mana that's got all these keywords on it and gives all artifacts keywords. That's not going to be a problem, right? They have to pay 9 mana for it. And then this is the 4th different card in the set. Yeah. Yeah, find a way to put your Krang on top. The thing is we've already found ways to put Krang on type. We've got the Undead Butler. This Paramecia Colonex that, especially if you're in Jund and doing Jund things, this is just a 2-mana 2/2 that when it dies, put any target creature from your graveyard on top of your library. We already have sack outlets in this. You got your Paramecia Colonex, you got your Krang in the graveyard. You sack this to any of your sack outlets. You put your Krang on top of your library. You attack with your Mikey and Donatello. Not your Mikey and Donatello. Your Raph and Mikey. Put your Krang into play. Like, what are we doing here? Why is this not only something I'm allowed to do in Standard? This is something I'm allowed to do just in this limited format. It's probably impossible to do in this limited format, but it's also, like, just a thing I'm allowed to do. It's ridiculous. You can totally find a way to put that Krang on top of your deck. It's not even hard. You can Worldly Tutor in response to this in formats where Worldly Tutor is allowed. Just 1 green, search your library, put any creature on top of your library, shuffle your library, and then Raph and Mikey. You can Worldly Tutor in response to the Raph and Mikey trigger. Like, there's so many ways to put it on top of your library. It's not cool. Rat King, Verminister, 1 and a black for a 1/1 legendary creature, Rat Avatar. Disappear. At the beginning of your end step, if a permanent left the battlefield under your control this turn, create a 1/1 black rat creature token and put a +1/+1 counter on Rat King. Tap, sack 3 rats, return target creature card, and all other cards with the same name as that card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Once again, this is what, our 5th Reanimator card? Just like, oh, I'm going to make a whole bunch of rats. And then I'm going to tap my Rat King, sack all of my rats, and reanimate Krang. Why do we have so many Reanimators in this format? At least most of them are rares, but also, like, crazy. Yeah, you can Rat Colony with this. You can Ravenous Rats with this. Like, it goes great. Like, the Rat Commander deck that is trying to play every copy of Rat Colony and Ravenous Rats is eating good with Rat King Verminister. Because he's just like, yeah, I'm going to keep making rats, and then I'm going to sack 3 rats, any 3 rats, and then all of the rats in my graveyard get to come back. It's huge. This is great for those decks, but it's also... more frustratingly for me right now, it's like, why do you mean we're going to make these insane Reanimator targets in this format and then put, like, so many ways to reanimate them? Ravenous Robots. 1 and a red for an artifact creature robot at rare. Okay. Whenever you cast an artifact spell, make an artifact creature token. Now I see why it's a rare. What is with this set and 2 mana red artifacts that just keep generating more artifacts? And if that's not enough, as anytime you cast an artifact spell, he just makes another artifact creature token. You can tap red and 1, and all creature tokens you control gain haste until end of turn. This is not okay. This card is not okay. This card is a problem. This is one of the best red rares we have seen today. Absolutely crazy. Ravenous Robots is a problem, and it should be treated as such. If you ever see it, be afraid. Ray Fillet, Man Ray. 3 and a blue for an uncommon 3/3 legendary creature fish mutant. With flying, whenever it enters, create a mutagen token. 2 generic, remove a +1/+1 counter from a creature you control, draw a card. Once again, unbounded card draw. And the only cost is +1/+1 tokens. Great. Ray Fillet, Man Ray is a good card. Rennet, Temporal Apprentice. 3 blue for a legendary creature human wizard with flash. When Rennet enters, return each other non-land permanent that entered this turn to its owner's hand. You guys don't get sick during time travel, do you? It's a 4/3. That's Gross. Rennet, I think, is a pretty good one-sided board wipe. I kind of really like Rennet. Retromutation. 2 and a blue. Enchantment aura. Flash enchant creature. Enchanted creature is a turtle with base power and toughness 0/1. It can't attack and loses all abilities. Okay, so this is just this. Ravenous Robots is not okay. Retromutation is deeply okay. This is just this version of like turned into a Noggle. There's infinite auras that do this. Eaten by piranhas, things like that. Just ETB, enchant something your opponent owns. It becomes an 0/1 out of nowhere, and it loses all of its abilities. Return to the Sewers. 3 and a blue for an instant. Target creature's owner puts it on their choice of either the top or bottom of their library. Make a mutagen token. It's a fine bounce spell with set mechanic. Rock Soldiers. 3 and a red for an artifact creature elemental soldier. 4/3. When it enters, destroy 1 target non-creature artifact. Okay, so it's a shatter on a 4/3. That's also an artifact. Artifacts matter. We now found the forest cycling of our cycle of land cyclers. Rocksteady, Crash Courser. Sounds good, Muse. 4 green for a legendary creature, Rhino Mutant. It's a 7/7. Can't be blocked by more than 1 creature. Boars you control can't be blocked by more than 1 creature. Boar cycling. He plays nice with the boar. Fine. Sally Pride, Lioness Leader. 3 white, legendary creature, Cat Mutant Rebel. When Sally Pride enters, create X 2/2 red mutant creature tokens, where X is the number of non-token creatures you control. And whenever she attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. This card is absolutely busted. This card is not okay. It doubles your entire board for 5 mana, and then whenever she attacks, which as a 2/4, she attacks pretty well, put a counter on everything, and you've already doubled the number of creatures you control. This card is a problem. This is one of the best white cards we've seen. Savanti Romero, Time's Exile. 3 black for a legendary creature, Demon Wizard. That's a 4/4 with Trample. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a counter on Savanti Romero, then draw X cards and lose X life, where X is the number of counters on Savanti Romero. I mean, he does kill you slowly, but he gives you... It's like the One Ring, but if he was a 5 mana 4/4 with Trample that kept getting bigger as he was killing you. Ridiculous. This is great. Saved by the Shell. 1 and a green for an instant. It spells costs 1 less if you control a turtle. Put a counter on target creature you control against Trample, Hexproof, and Indestructible and end the turn. It's just overprotect, but cheaper if you control a turtle. Love it. This is a really good uncommon. Surveillance Cam. 1 blue for an artifact. It's a common with Flash. When it enters or leaves, tap or untap target creature. 4 mana, 3 and a blue. Sack this artifact to draw 2 cards. This card is busted. This is such a good common. This is another one of those best commons in the set. Shark Shredder, Killer Clone. 2 black for a legendary creature, Shark Octopus Ninja. It is a 4/4 with Sneak, 3 black. So its Sneak is higher than its regular mana cost, so its Sneak ability is probably going to be crazy. It has First Strike. Whenever Shark Shredder deals combat damage to a player, put up to 1 target creature card from that player's graveyard onto the battlefield under your control, and it is tapped and attacking that player. This card is busted in half. It's another reanimator, but now you're reanimating your opponent's creatures. And because of First Strike, it still gets to be tapped attacking and deal damage to that player. This is crazy. Shredder's Armor, we get the black one of the equipment now. It is 1 and a black. Equipped creature gets +2/+1. When it enters, attach it to target creature you control. And then equip, sack another non-land permanent, activate only once each turn. Okay. I'm glad that they saw the issue with this card. This card has a very similar relationship to a card known as Grafted Wargear. Grafted Wargear is from 5th Dawn. It is a 3 mana enchantment. Equipped creature gets 3 mana equipment. Equipped creature gets +3/+2. When it becomes unattached, sacrifice that permanent. Equip 0. So this is great in that it's 3 mana, 0 to equip. Target creature gets +3/+2. But the secret reason why this is one of the best cards ever printed is because every time you unequip it, you sack the creature. And it's an unlimited free sack outlet as long as you have creatures to equip it to. Shredder's Armor is also just, it ETBs and equips immediately, so it's essentially equip 0. But then its equip cost is sack any permanent. That's free, and it would be repeatable if they hadn't, you know, seen the foresight of, oh, if we make this repeatable, this is absolutely cracked in half. So they made it so you can only do it once each turn. But it's still crazy that you can do this. And if you get an ability that allows you to equip at instant speed, you can now do this on every opponent's turn, too. Like, this card is busted in half. Shredder's Armor is way too good for an uncommon. Shredder's Revenge, 2 and a black. For a sorcery, choose one. Target player discards 2 cards, or target player draws 2 cards and loses 2 life. Okay, so it's either a Mind Rot or a Painful Truths. And either of those I think you're fine with. Shredder's Technique. 2 and a black for a sorcery. It has Sneak for a single black. Destroy target creature or an enchantment. When an enchantment is destroyed this way, you lose 2 life. Just uncommon removal spell. If you sneak it, it's a 1 mana removal spell that kills anything. This is really good. This is just a great uncommon. Shredder Unrelenting, another uncommon. 4 and a black for legendary creature Human Ninja. He's a 6/4. He has Sneak for 3 and a black. He has Death Touch, and whenever he enters or attacks, target creature you control gains Death Touch until end of turn. Fine. That's just perfectly serviceable. Skateboard. This is another one I've seen. This skateboard is another absolutely busted card. When skateboard enters, whenever this equipment enters, just tap the target permanent. Notice it doesn't say non-land. You can tap your opponent's land if you want to. The equipped creature gets +1/+0 in haste, and it equips for 1. This is now... We've gone through several iterations of, like, if you're playing Modern and you're playing... Or if you're playing any format wherein the card Urza's Saga is legal. There has been a concise, like, this is what your Urza's Saga package could be, or should be. And this now goes into, this is what should be in your Urza's Saga package, because it comes into play, taps your opponent's land, you floated a mana off of your Urza's Saga, you now equip this to your construct kick flips your opponent to death, and you win the game. This is now better than, like, the Lava Spur boots that were taking up that slot. Skateboard is cracked in half. This is a busted uncommon. Slash Reptile Rampager. 3 red for a legendary creature, Mutant Berserker Turtle. He's a 7/5. He has Alliance. Whenever another creature enters, Slash deals 2 damage to each opponent. And whenever he attacks, make a 2/2 mutant red creature token. He slices, he dices, he fuels his own Alliance. This is also kind of busted in that same, like, mobilized deck that we were talking about. Slash is very good. Slithering Cryptid. 2 and a hybrid Simic for a when this creature enters, create a mutagen token, 2/3. It's the token uncommon for that format. It's probably good. Southwind Avatar. 3 and a black for a creature's Snake Spirit Avatar. That's a 3/4 with Death Touch. Whenever another creature you control dies, you gain life equal to its toughness. Whenever you gain life, each opponent loses a life. This card slaps. This card is just very, very good. Now that we know this card exists, and it's going to be asking a lot, but if you can get 2 black rares, and you can get this one, and you get Power Broker, this makes Power Broker insanely playable. Spicy Oatmeal Pizza. I actually might like Spicy Oatmeal Pizza. 2 and a red for an artifact food. When it enters, deal 4 damage to any target and 3 damage to yourself. And then 2 and tap, sacrifice this artifact, gain 3 life. So it's like Flame Slash. 4 damage to you, 2 damage to you. 4 damage to any target, 2 damage to you. But worse, and it's more mana. Fine. Now we've got Splinters. We have an uncommon and a rare Splinter. Splinter Hamatoyoshi. 1 and a black for a legendary creature, Mutant Ninja Rat. He's a 1/3. He has Sneak for a single black. He has Menace, and other ninjas you control get +1/+1. It's a proud, long history of Ninja Rats that are Ninja Lords. He goes in with the other Ninja Lord from Neon Genesis Kamigawa, whatever Kamigawa, the new Kamigawa set. Now the rare, Splinter Radical Rat. He's 1 and a hybrid Orzhov for a legendary creature, Mutant Ninja Rat. He's a 2/4. If an ability of a ninja creature you control triggers, that ability triggers an additional time. And then for 1 and a blue, target ninja can't be blocked this turn. Honestly, this is a very good card. Probably not in standard, but very good card. Splinter's Technique. 3 and a black for a sorcery. Sneak, 1 and a black. This was another one I've seen. This is just as we've now reprinted for Raphael's Technique, we reprinted an instant speed Wheel of Fortune. Splinter's Technique is just a 4-mana demonic tutor. And honestly, I'm fine with it. I think having demonic tutor for 4 mana in standard is not a bad thing. Even if you're playing 2 mana for demonic tutor in standard, I think it's probably fine. It'll be very, very powerful, don't get me wrong, and something to keep an eye on, but this is just functionally a reprint of demonic tutor. Scrollinoids. 1 mana, 1/1 with Death Touch in black for a single black mana creature, squirrel, mutant. Now, this is what I expect from my 1 mana, 1 black, 1/1s. Not the flying beaver. That being said, infinitely worse than the flying beaver, but great for triggering sneak because no one's going to want to block a 1 mana, 1/1 with Death Touch. Stockman, Mad Flyentist. 4 and a blue for a legendary creature, insect, mutant, scientist. He's a 3/4 flyer that when he enters, draw a card, then discard a card. This is our blue island cycler. Perfect. All of these are great because all of them have land cycling. Stomped by the Foot, 1 and a black, instant. It has kicker, sack an artifact or creature. Target creature gets -2/-2. If it was kicked, -5/-5. This is Moment of Thirst reprinted, but it lets you sack an artifact. This is great. Stomped by the Foot is great common removal spell. If your opponent is representing they have 1 and a black open in this format, expect that they're going to kill your creature. Super Shredder, 1 and a black. Everyone has seen this card. This is one of the original spoilers. Legendary creature, mutant, ninja, human. He is a 1/1 with menace. Whenever another permanent leaves the battlefield, put a counter on him. He's going to get out of hand real quick. Super Shredder is a good card. Tainted Treats. 1 black, green for an instant. Destroy target artifact or creature. If its mana value is 4 or less, make a food token. This is just another Maelstrom Pulse, but this time it's an instant. And if you kill the right thing, you get it a food. This is good. We've got the blue-red tap land. Technodrome. 2 mana for a 3/3 artifact creature construct with reach and trample. Can't attack or block unless its power is 6 or greater. Tap, sack another artifact, draw a card, put a counter on this creature. This card rips. Technodrome is good. You don't think it's good. It's better than you think. This card rips. That's enough about Technodrome. Tenderize, 1 and a green, instant. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature an opponent controls. It's our green common fight spell. I'm glad that we now have a common removal spell in every single color. The Cloning of Shredder. This is a mythic rare saga for 4 black. Chapter 1, exile target creature card from your graveyard. Create a token that's a copy of it, except it isn't legendary, and it's a mutant in addition to its other types. Chapters 2 and 3, create a token that's a copy of a card exiled with this saga, except it isn't legendary. So you just make 3 copies of target creature in your graveyard. So once again, 6 mana Reanimator. But now you get to reanimate the same thing 3 times. That'll kill people super dead. The Last Ronin, 4 black, green. This is now another Mythic Saga. Chapter 1, destroy all creatures. This is now the first Wrath we've seen in the format. It's also a green-black Wrath, which I don't hate. It's also pretty good for Standard. This goes into the same like Sultai Reanimator deck that already plays Bringer of the Last Dawn, which is a Wrath. Second chapter, mill 4 cards. When you do, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Once again, goes into that same format. And then chapter 3, whenever a creature you control attacks alone this turn, put 3 +1/+1 counters on it. It gains trample, lifelink, and indestructible until another turn. I think this is a very good card. It is the only board wipe we have seen in the format that's going to be very good on its own. It also then is a mill and regrowth, and then it makes 1 creature absolutely incredible. This is great. The Last Ronin's Technique, 3 and a white. It has Sneak for 1 and a white. Create 3 1/1 Ninja Turtle Spirit creature tokens. If this spell's Sneak cost was paid, they enter tapped and attacking. Honestly, great. Love it. Love it a lot. Just 4 mana 3 1/1s or 2 mana 3 1/1s, especially in the white-red that wants to be going wide and playing a lot of creature tokens, this is just a great uncommon. The Neutrinos, 2 red-white for a 2/4 legendary creature elf rebel with flying. It has Alliance. Whenever another creature you control enters, the neutrinos get +1/+0 until end turn, and whenever it attacks, exile 1 target creature you own, then return to the battlefield under your control, taps and attacking. So it just blinks something to... So it's always attacking as a 3/4, minimum. The Ooze. Oh, remember when we were talking about the Ozolith earlier, chat? We now have a new Ozolith. The Ooze, a 2-mana legendary artifact. Whenever a creature you control, the counter on it leaves the battlefield, create a mutagen token for each +1/+1 counter on it. So, instead of taking all of your counters and putting them onto this artifact, it just makes you a billion artifacts. So it's one artifact that generates infinite artifacts equal to the number of +1/+1 counters. And then, tap, exile a card from a graveyard, make another mutagen token. So it's just, this thing pumps out infinite artifacts, and those artifacts become +1/+1 counters, and it's a vicious cycle. Especially if you have Mutagen Man, where all of your mutagen tokens are just tap, put a counter on things. This card gets out of hand. This also just makes a billion artifacts. This card is gross. Toka and Razar, terrible 2s. Hybrid Rakdos for a legendary creature, Turtle Wolf Mutant. It's a 3/2. This spell can't be countered. It has Menace. Whenever a player casts a spell, the amount of mana spent to cast it is less than its mana value. Deal 3 damage to that player. So if you're playing against the Affinity deck, you want to have this. This is also just great if people are trying to play free spells or if they're sneaking in things. This is fun. I like Toka and Razar. This is a very good card. Transdimensional Bovine, 2 and a green for a 0/4 creature Ox Avatar with flying. Tap, add 2 mana of any color. It's a rare. It's not a great rare. That's all I have to say. Triceraton Commander, XX white for a 2/2 Dinosaur Soldier Mythic Rare with flying. Whenever it attacks, dinosaurs you control other than this creature get +1/+1 and gain flying till end turn. And when it enters, create X 2/2 white Dinosaur Soldier creature tokens. That's why it's a mythic. This is just Finale of Glory that also is a pump spell. It's great. It's also, though, a 2-mana 2/2 with flying that dies to all of the removal in the set, so do with that what you will. Tunnel Rats, 1 and a black for a creature rat. It's a 2/2 with 4 and a black. Return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Oh, so it's just like reassembling Skeleton, but more expensive than a rat. Our final page, chat. Turncoat Kunoichi, 2 and a white for a creature, Mutant Ninja Fox. It is a 3/2. It has Sneak for 2 white black, so its Sneak is probably really good, since it's more expensive to sneak it than to play it regularly. When it enters, choose target creature an opponent controls, exile that creature until it leaves the battlefield. If it sneaks, cost was paid, instead exile. So, it's either O-Ring for retail, or just exile target creature for 4 mana if you pay the sneak. Either way, this card bangs. Turtle Blimp, 5 mana, 3/4 artifact vehicle. It has flying. When it enters, create a 2/2 red mutant creature token, and then it crews 2. So it enters, makes a body, and that body can crew it, so you could immediately have a 3/4 vehicle with flying. Great. This card's fine. Turtle Lair. Land, tap for colorless. Tap, add 1 mana of any color, spend it only to cast a ninja or a turtle. And then 3 and tap, target ninja or turtle can't be blocked this turn. For an uncommon, it's a fine land. Turtle Power, 2 and a green for an enchantment. With flash, turtles get +2/+2. Only cares about this if you have turtles. There's now a billion changelings in Standard, though, so there might be a real, actual turtle deck. Turtles Forever. 3 and a white for an instant. Search your library and or outside the game for exactly 4 legendary creature cards you own with different names, then reveal them. Opponent chooses 2, put them into your hand, and then shuffle the rest into your library. This matters if you're playing, like, all 4 of the turtles, or you're playing all 4 copies of 1 turtle. And then you get to essentially do Gifts Ungiven, but for turtles. It's fine. Turtles in Time. 7 mana, 5 blue for a mythic sorcery. Return all creatures to their owner's hands. Each player shuffles their hand and graveyard to the library, and then each player who does draws 7 cards. Exile Turtles in Time. So you bounce all creatures, and then you Time Twister, and then you exile this card for 7 mana. This is a cool effect. I don't think this is a playable Magic card. I don't know any deck that wants this. Turtle Van, 3 mana, artifact vehicle. It's a 4/4. Whenever it attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature that crewed it this turn. Then if it's a mutant, ninja, or turtle, double the number of counters on it. Crew 1. The rare Leo that puts counters whenever you gain life and has lifelink loves this card. Because it can crew it, it doubles all the counters on it, it makes your Leo huge. Uneasy Alliance, 1 and a white, enchant creature. Enchanted creature can't attack or block. 5 mana, sack this aura, exile enchanted creature. You create a 1/1 black ninja creature token, activate only as a sorcery. This is just this format's pacifism with upside. Love it. Utrom Scientist, 2 and a blue, artifact creature, Utrom Robot Scientist. When this creature enters, tap up to 1 target creature and put a stun counter on it. Great. This is a very good common for the blue-red Artifacts Matter deck. We love this card. Venus, Torn Between Worlds. 4 and a green for legendary creature mutant frog turtle. So it's a frog and a turtle. Whenever Venus is dealt damage, put that many +1/+1 counters on her. And whenever a creature you control with a counter on it deals combat damage to player, you may pay blue. If you do, draw a card. Oh, this card bangs. This card's super good. It's got Vigor text and also creatures with counters draw you cards and are Ophidians text. And it's a 5 mana 5/5. This is a banger uncommon. Weathermaker, 3 mana artifact with landfall. Whenever a land enters, put a charge counter on this artifact. Tap, add 1 mana. Tap and remove 2 charge counters. Add 2 colorless. Tap, remove 3 charge counters. Deal 3 damage to any target. This card's great. This card's just really good. Nothing more to say about it. It's a good manolith at rare. There's a reason it's a rare manolith. Westwind Avatar. So we've only had 2 wind avatars. We've had Westwind and Southwind. But the Southwind Avatar was a rare and very good. This is an uncommon. This is a 7 mana 7/7. 5 green for a cat spirit avatar. It has trample. Whenever it enters or attacks, sack a token or a land. If you do, gain 3 life. And at the beginning of your end step, if a permanent left the battlefield this turn under your control, draw a card. Okay, so you can sack artifacts to gain 3 life and then at the end of turn draw cards. It's also a 7 mana 7/7 with trample. There are better 7 mana or 6 mana 6/6s already in this format. Wingnut, Bat on the Belfry, 1 and a red for a legendary creature, Bat Mutant. It's a 1/2 with Alliance. Whenever another creature enters, it gains your choice of Flying, Menace, or Haste until end of turn. Whenever it attacks, each other attacking creature gets +1/+0. So it has Battle Cry, essentially. Sick. I like Wingnut. I think that's good. Zog, Triceratops Castaway, 5 mana 5/4. This is our Mountain Cycler. Reach and Trample. When it enters, target creature can't block this turn. And then Zoo Escapees is our last card to chat. And then we'll play some games for the last hour of the stream. 1 and a green for a creature, Boar Rhino. When this creature leaves the battlefield, create a mutagen token. It's an artifact with 1 tap, sacrifice, put a +1. So yeah, it's just bear with set mechanic. It's a 2 mana 2/2. When it leaves the battlefield, make a mutant. Honestly, this set seems like it's unbelievably cool. I think that definitely the best 2 cards we've seen, bar none, are the Mythic Donatello and the Mythic Michelangelo. Other than that, there's a weird amount of Reanimator things. I think the biggest single deck that is a winner out of this that already exists is probably the Sultai Reanimator list, just because there's already now so many other things in this that go into those decks. I think that there might be a Mardu Mobilized deck that comes out of this because there's so many good Alliance creatures in red-white in this for Standard. And then there's also just an absolute banger of a Ninjas deck in here probably somewhere. The weird thing about it, though, is it would have to be like 5 colors. And I don't know that we are in a position where we can play a 5-color Ninjas deck. But, that being said, we have Magic to play. It is a new month, which is great because that means we got a whole bunch of rewards. And it's also our Magic stream. It would be a shame if all we did was talk about Magic cards and not actually play with any of them. For those of you that are returning, this is our Magic stream where we are trying to do play Magic the Gathering from a brand new account and start over and figure out how to get from where we are to our newest amount of to the highest level of competition that we can ascribe to. Our current goal is we're trying to just gather enough cards in our collection to be able to validly compete in things like open tournaments for Magic Spotlight Series or getting into Mythic in the ladder. And we're pretty far from that, but we're making great progress. Last season, we got silver in both limited and constructed. We're hoping to improve on that here in March. But because of that, we have a whole bunch of packs that we get to open, and we have some achievements and some things to look at in the store. So first, let's look at our achievements we've got. Core achievements. We have spent some mastery orbs. I did spend our mastery orbs because they were going to go away. I just bought a whole bunch of cosmetics for the elementals. And then color mastery. We've attacked with 3 or more creatures 100+ times. We've completed 4 midweek magic events. That is our long-form content that we're currently making on the channel. For those of you that are interested, I put up a video usually every Wednesday on my YouTube channel that is me playing the midweek metagame of that week, usually with a budget focus because we are a brand new account, and to prove that you can still do all of these rotating midweek events even if you don't have all of the cards in the world and you need to be careful about what you craft and what you have. Just to prove that you can still get there even without it. Then we've got a whole bunch of things. We got really big. We've got touch of death. And we've got growth and strength. Which means that I think we have our first title. We can be the Jank Drawer the Mighty. Let's see what we've got going on in the store. Looks like they just have daily deals for some sick lands and some sleeves. We don't need to spend any of our hard-earned gems and gold on anything that isn't packs. Speaking of packs, we have 3 packs of Lorwyn Eclipse that we're going to be able to enter and open. So let's look at those. This is always our highlight. Let's see what we get, chat. Let me pull that over. This is my thing that I use to record some of the things we upload on socials, which we're going to try and move away from doing pack openings on socials, but I still just need an overall content amount of things, and this is an easy way to make that. So let's see what we get. Here is our first pack. Once again, we get another Requiting Hex. We love that. We already have our playset of Requiting Hexes, so every Requiting Hex now is just vault progress to get us closer to filling our vault, which we love. That's really the only common or uncommon here we care about. Let's see what our rare is. Adept Water Shaper. This is nice. We don't have any plans for an Adept Water Shaper right now, but it's really good in the Merfolk's deck, because Merfolk care about tapping and untapping, and this letting you have all of your tapped creatures get indestructible is pretty good. Currently, we don't have a use for it, but there are many uses for it. Let's go on to another pack. Oh, I hit open all, so we've opened all of the packs. So, the really big pickup here is we now got our first Explosive Prodigy. This is why I haven't been picking them in drafts, or why I haven't been crafting them. This is one of the things that's on our list of packages that we really want to have. A lot of decks are playing Explosive Prodigy, especially decks that we would be building into that are playing our same Simic base of these cards that are able to make a whole bunch of mana, and then you go search your library for individual cards. Those cards are usually multiple colors, and then having a single copy of Explosive Prodigy in your 75 cards that is in your best of 3 deck is really helpful, because you can just grab it and it comes in and it usually deals 3 to 5 damage to any target creature, which is just basically a tutorable removal spell, which is very kind to have. But this is why we did it this way, is we didn't have to waste a wild card on it. We just opened one, which is perfect. Now, for our 2 rares, we get Overgrown Tomb. That's huge. That's an absolute pop-off for us. We now have 2 copies of Overgrown Tomb, which is our 3rd shock land that we've gotten. It means that we should probably be looking into what are green-black things that we can be playing, because that's the thing that we have the best mana base for. But this is already massive. We love Overgrown Tomb. Anything else we get is just bonus off of that. Raining Schemes. 5 mana, do nothing enchantment. Each non-creature spell you have Conspire, which means you can tap 2 untapped creatures that share a color with that, and then copy it and choose new targets for the copy. It's a mechanic that's only ever been around in Lorwyn. It didn't make a very triumphant return. We're not super excited about the Raining Schemes, but getting a 2nd copy of Overgrown Tomb is huge. Explosive Prodigy also checks that off of our collectible list. This is a card that I recommend everyone getting at least a copy of. If you're trying to play in high-level competitive standard. You don't necessarily need more than 1 copy of it, but if you can open them, this is a really great get from your packs of Lorwyn, if you're getting any. Now, I have not lost sound. If you have lost me, I am seeing that I am recording sound to the mic, and also from the background music, and even the game, as far as Arena. So it might be a just you thing, Rat King. If it's not, I would love people to let me know. So it's like, the mic is not muted this time. I'm checking. I'm seeing waveforms. Just a you thing? Perfect. Since it immediately made me nervous. Now, we have a whole bunch of events that we'd love to play. Namely, some of these limited events. We don't have TMNT yet. So we still have Quick Draft this week. But we don't have yet the ability to draft until we finish gaining more gems. We can also now put on our cool title. We apparently already have 2 titles. Sparky, I'd love you to stop talking. We have no title and we have the Mighty, so let's set ourselves as Jankjor the Mighty. And let us get into this. We're going to play 1 match of ranked standard to try and get 500 more gold, and then we'll do round of limited, and then we'll be done for today's stream probably at that point. It'll be close to 6. I don't hate this hand. This hand's pretty good. Keep this hand. It has Llanowar Elf on 1 into, I don't know, Formidable Seeker maybe on 2? Bushwhack into Basic Island into Quantum Riddler? Depends on what our opponent does here. Our opponent's just going to bounce our elf, which is extremely rude. We'll play this Evolving Wilds, we'll play this Llanowar Elves, and we'll pass the turn. This Evolving Wilds is going to grab us an island. Drawing a land now would be great. Blue-black, okay. Our opponent is being incredibly rude and just keeps killing our same Llanowar Elf over and over again. But we want to go grab this island. Starting town. Great timing. Badgermole Cub. And then honestly, we'll just warp in this Quantum Riddler while they're tapped out. And while we still can, because I get the feeling that they are not going to let us keep our Badgermole Cub around for much longer. Our opponent is playing blue-black, which means that they're going to have a lot of ways to remove this creature. Oh, our opponent is just going to boomerang basics and pick up their thing and concede. So, cool. We got a stylish Spellslinger achievement somehow from that, too. We didn't get any of our things that give us big things. We still got enough to do our draft, which is all that matters. Welcome to Arena. We got stylish. Oh, play a game with 4 or more cosmetics equipped. It's because we got our title now. And it gave us another title. Okay. Let's do our draft, shall we? Okay, so we have I'm flying blind on this one because for some reason it didn't launch our Arena tutor when we launched MTG Arena today. So, we're flying a little bit blind. The unfortunate thing for us in this is that we are probably going to have to take this Blood Crypt, because Blood Crypt is one of our key things to get. It is a shock land. It will be our first copy of Blood Crypt as a shock land. Once again, it's not a shock land that we are playing, but it's a very good one. As for cards that we probably should actually be taking from this, probably we should be taking this Kinsbale Aspirant. But we will take this Blood Crypt. Whether we play this Blood Crypt or not, it is the correct choice for us. Now, from this I think that there is a high likelihood that we should be taking this Dignitary. I also don't hate this Eclipsed Boggart. The Boggart allows us to play the Blood Crypt, but I don't think Goblins is actually very, very good in this format. Every time we have played Goblins, it has not necessarily gone well. We've also never gotten to play the dedicated Merfolk deck, and Deep Channel Duelist is the signpost on common for that. And I don't hate trying to force the Deep Channel Duelist into this. Now, I immediately regret that decision, because now we have Morkant's Eyes, which is, like, one of the best cards in this format, and it really wants to push us into the Green-Black Elves deck, which is also one of the best decks in this format. So we're just going to immediately pivot into Elves, and we immediately get rewarded from it, because we now picked up the best uncommon in the set, Eclipsed Elf. With this, we can pick up this Wary Farmer. I think Wary Farmer is slightly better than Mischievous Sneakling. Stoic Grove Guide is good. Assert Perfection is great. Thought Whiff Charge is not. We'll take Assert Perfection. I don't hate Luminolisk. I think I like this better than Undercurrents, Stompling, Dream Caesar, or Percher. Although Percher is probably one that they actually think we should take higher. Also, just a 5-mana 3/3 flyer, for some reason, is very, very good in this format. Most people don't have answers to 3/3 flyers. Crossroads Watcher is just good. Guilt Leaf's Embrace is a good removal spell. Scarblade's Malice. Barbed Bloodletter can go into the sideboard. Oh, jeez. Is our deck playable? No. But we have gotten, from this one draft, 2 different Shocklands, which is absolutely massive for us. Like, this is truly the best result that we could ask for. Because even if we lose every single game, which we might, because we don't have a playable deck currently. We have come out huge just because we couldn't have paid 5,000 gold to get 2 Shocklands, and we already got 2 Shocklands, so that's great. Blight Rot is a great removal spell. Vinebed Brawler is also good, but I think I'd rather have the removal spell. Scarblade Scout is great. We love Scarblade Scout. It's one of our best commons in the Elf deck. Verlowood Emissary, also great in the Elf deck. We'll take Bogthaler Embrace. It's another good removal spell. Moon Glove Extractor, we're not super huge on. Honestly, all of these cards we kind of hate, but we can take a Great Forest Druid. This is the second time we've been given a Prismatic Undercurrents. I don't think we want either of them. We'll take this Moonglove Extractor. We aren't happy about it, but we'll take it. Guilt Leaf's Embrace. Heirloom Auntie, because it's in our colors, but we're probably not playing it. Scarblade's Malice. Okay, chat, I don't know what happened here. I don't know how we did this. This is insane. We have opened 3 packs so far in this draft, and all 3 of them have been different Shocklands, which is the coolest thing in the world for us specifically. Does it make our deck playable? No, but we have got, like, the EV on what we have earned from this draft is absolutely insane. We'll take another Bogslither Embrace. We have won this draft whether we win it or not. Oh! This is an actually very good elf. It's not playable in Standard because it is a non-standard legal card, but it's a very good elf. Devoted Druid. We love to see it. Here's another Bogslither's Embrace. Morkant's Loyalist, we love to see you. Dawnhand Eulogist, this is our first Eulogist, which is not a great sign. We'll take Outrider, just because we need creatures that we can play. Guilt Leaf's Embrace, we already have 2. Honestly, playable creature, it's technically an elf. And now that we have the Morkin's Loyalist, it's a 4/4 flyer. Stalactite Dagger, in case we need playable creatures. Chitinous Grappling, it has reach. It's our own answer to flyers. Perfect Intimidation. Wild Unraveling. Barbed Bloodletter. Okay. So. I think we are going to cut a land, go down to 16. We're going to cut one of our Malice. We're going to cut the Great Forest Druid. The Perfect Intimidation. And then we have 16 creatures and 9 non-creatures. We can cut one Rooftop Orchard. I think this is going to be our deck. So, any win we get at this point, huge. Any win is just great. Because we've already gotten so much value out of this in the fact that we got a second Hallowed Fountain, our first Steam Vents, and our first Blood Crypt. What this means is that we now own at least one copy of 5 of the 10 Shocklands, which is massive. This is the best 5,000 gold we have ever spent in the history of the account. And it's entirely because we got these 3 cards. And even if we don't win a single one of our matches, which we might not, our deck is bad. Our deck is, like, atrociously hard to play. We already come out super huge on this. Just even if we get the 0 win bonus of another pack and 50 gems, we are up so much on EV today just to start with. So, for those of you that come to me for advice and like how to play and how to do things the correct way, what we just drafted, if you're trying to get good at draft, is not correct. We did what's called rare drafting. It's generally frowned upon as a thing that you shouldn't do. And we did it because what we are doing is we're not doing this to be good at draft. We're doing this to get cards for our collection. And this is essentially, we got 3 rare wildcards worth of value, which rare wildcards are worth like $5 US per rare. And so that's $5 that we just saved, especially since we're not spending any money on the account. But it also requires us to, like, we'd have to get a whole bunch of gold to open packs to try and get that. And instead, we just got to play this one draft. And in playing the draft, we have now gone up 3 very, very good rares that we really kind of desperately wanted and needed. Changeling Wayfinder. Our opponent is playing Vivid, as evidenced by the fact that they are now going to have 4 different colors of basic land in play after next turn. We'll play a Morkin's Loyalist. We'll pass the turn. Our Devoted Druid still doesn't want to necessarily get in. It can't attack through a Changeling Wayfinder. And say the weird thing is like our opponent's playing the Vivid deck, but they have 0 colored permanents before they played this Wanderwine Distractor. I think we will just pay actual 5 mana to exile their Wanderwine Distractor. Because, like, it's not like we're using our mana for anything else right now. We could have played this Stoic Grove Guide this turn, but, like, we have all the pressure. Our opponent's not doing anything. Now our opponent's playing a 2/3. And a 1/3. Okay, so they are playing Vivid. They're playing the creatures to make it so that they have multiple colors of permanent. But they still don't have any colored permanents. We can just take one. We could untap our Devoted Druid if we wanted to, but why would we do that? We'll just play this 6/5 and pass the turn. Since we don't want to attack this into their Brute. Okay, Glister Baron. So this is their Vivid payoff. Where did they get... Oh, they got their other blue from this Forging Wickermaw. Okay. So they have 3 colors. They can make something into +3/+3. They want to make that a 5/6. We will just snap off trade with this Stoic Grove Guide. Yeah. Easy. Because it cuts them off of a color, which is huge. Let's play this Rooftop Percher. Eat their card, gain 3 life. And then we can tap this for green and play this Scarblade Scout. 3/3 lifelink, mill 2 cards. And we have this 4/4 flyer that they can't do anything about currently. Okay, so that now does something about it, because now they have a 6/5 with reach. So we have to find a way to kill this Wildvine Pummeler before we can start attacking with this Rooftop Percher. My turn. Unfortunately, we didn't draw anything. We're running 16 lands and we keep drawing lands. Heart of the Cards removal spell would be huge. We have 4 of them in our deck. So, like, it's not that hard. We look at our deck right here. We have Assert Perfect. We have Bogslith's Embrace, Assert Perfection, and Blight Rot. Which, if we draw any of those 4 cards, all help us kill this Wildvine Pummeler to different degrees. Since they're also just going to attack us with this Wildvine Pummeler for sure right now. Like, there's no way they don't, right? Because they're going to turn this into a different color, whether it's black or white, doesn't really matter. To make this into a 10/9. Do you have a pump spell? If you have a pump spell and blow me out right here, this is the worst. Yeah, they had an instant speed kill spell to blow me completely out. I am using the MTG assist thing, at least I'm supposed to be. I don't know what's going on with it. It's like I have the Untapped, which should also be able to work with you guys in chat, so you could be able to see things from the Untapped GG in chat. And then Assert Perfection, there we go. We got it. We got one of our removal spells. There we go. Yeah, the other one that I have, it probably doesn't work on mobile, but I have, like, the Untapped GG should allow you guys to interact with my board and, like, what's in my deck and all that stuff like that through chat. And then it also gives me the things here of, like, I can pull up this thing that you guys can't see, but I can see on my draft deck here that tells me my exact percentages of. Like right now, to draw a Bog Slither Embrace next turn, I have a 9% chance. But to draw one of my 8 lands that are still in my deck, I have a 35% chance. I'm gonna block this, because my Devoted Druid has done its job. Oh, there we go. We drew another swamp. Perfect. Exactly what we needed. Thanks for the sub, SamJamX. That means a lot. Thank you for your 3 months of subscribing. I hope you've enjoyed your time here in the jank drawer. Weird that it didn't give me any other notification other than it just popped up in chat. You've joined us for a wonderful thing. We just spent most of the time talking about the new set that came out last week. I think it technically releases regular release this Friday, but pre-release was last weekend for the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle set. So we looked at all of the cards because I haven't looked at any of them, and they look all really interesting. And then now we have drafted, and we have a very, very bad draft deck, but a great draft because we got 3 different shock lands in our first 3 picks, all of which are huge pickups for us. We will kill the Glister Bairn. Because we kill the Glister Bairn, we can't die next turn because they don't have any counters on this. So we can block again. Blocking is back on the menu. Exile the top card. It's a Rime Chill. Can you cast that Rime Chill? You have 1, 2, 3. So you can only get it down to 3. But you have exactly 3 mana. Our opponent didn't see the line. But it doesn't matter because our opponent's going to see the line next turn and we're just dead anyways. So, good game. Drawing all of the lands that we drew does make it bad. But, once again, as we said, even if we lose all 3 games in this, speaking of, let us switch to our Magic overlay version of this and bring on our win-loss. So we can increment our win-loss to 37-32. We already came out way ahead just on the cards that we got in our draft. Getting a Blood Crypt, a Steam Vents, and a Hallowed Fountain is huge. Gets us to 4 Shocklands today, which is honestly, other than the day that I think we packed our 4th Quantum Riddler, this is the best day for the account. Bar none. This has been huge. Well, it's not great, but it's not horrible. We can draw more lands, but once again we say that and then we're going to draw only lands and then that's also bad. I like our opponent's Crimson Vow sleeves. They're very pretty. We also need to augment for our 1 win that we had in Standard. With stealth. We can grab, honestly, this swamp because we don't have a 4th land. And then next turn, we can Morkin's Eyes Bog Slither Embrace. Oh, if our opponent just wants to attack for 2, we will let them. Morkin's Eyes. Attack with the Eclipse Elf, and then we can Bog Slither's Embrace, blighting 1. Now we've got a 2-1, but they don't have the best uncommon in their Goblin deck. which is huge. Massive victory for us. Wretched Wretch. Morkan's Loyalist is big. We like that. Flip Stealth. We can Bog Slither again. My Cliff Stealth is once again back to being a 2-1. My opponent has 0 goblins in play in their goblin deck. We're doing great. This can become a 4/4 artifact until end of turn if they need it to, though. But if they want to pay 4 mana to make this a 4/4, I think we're okay with that. Gathering Stone. Okay. They're going to name goblins. Now their goblins are all cheaper. And they can draw extra goblins each turn. Boggart Mischief. Another great uncommon because they have no creatures. They can't do anything with it. Let's play the Moonglove Extractor. Attack for 5 and pass. Okay, our opponent has a couple of goblins they're going to be able to play here, which is not bad. We just have another Bogslither's Embrace in our hand, so if they play something we actually care about, we can, you know, just exile it. But they can go do... Yeah, they're going to play Eclipsed Boggart. What are you going to grab from your Eclipsed Boggart? Vile Boggart, okay. Bone Club Berserker. I don't think we want a Bristlebane Outrider. We'll just get rid of their big goblin. And then we can attack with Moonglove Extractor and Eclipse Stealth. At this point, we're just trying to push damage. The way we're going to win this game is with this Rooftop Percher. Because it's a 4/4 flyer, and there's anything that goblins can't do, it's block a flyer ever. Okay, they've killed my Loyalist. That'll kill both of my creatures, but I can get back my Extractor. It also puts now 2 elves in my graveyard for my Morkan size. I like Blightrot. Blightrot's pretty good. We'll play Moonglove Extractor. And we'll pass the turn. Because the Blightrot we're going to hold in case they want to reanimate their Furdock core again. Since they animate that and turn into a 4/4, we can just kill it. And then if they want to deal 2 damage to us, they can do that between their Boggart Mischief here, and then if they want to attack with their Vilevire Boggart, they can. We will put the Wary Farmer in the graveyard. We don't care about that. Let's play Rooftop Percher. We'll exile those 2, gain 3 life. We'll attack. If they want to trade, they can. We can now do this Scarblade's Malice. We'll gain 2 life. Our Rooftop Percher will become a 2/2. That's unavoidable. It's just an unfortunate way of how this happens. But now we make another 2/2. Okay, they drew another Furdock core. Dawnhand Eulogist we like. That's a good card. We can play it. It'll mill us 3 cards. We already know we have elves in our graveyard, so
it will always drain for 2, and we will gain 2. We can play another Scarblade Scout. We don't ever actually want to attack on the ground, because if we attack on the ground, then we're just throwing creatures into this Feardock core. But we have this 2/2 Rooftop Percher. It's still a bit of a clock. We have this Assert Perfection, so if they ever do try to make a Feardock core on our turn, we can Assert Perfection and have our Dawnhand Eulogist kill it. We're also probably going to, next turn, if we don't draw something really spicy, just activate our Morkin Size and make 5 2/2s. Because 5 2/2s will also eventually win us this game. Cool. Okay, we're actually kind of fine with that. Currently, they don't have 2 creatures, so our Dawnhand Eulogist is also... we don't need this Forest. Forest can go in the graveyard. Let's just activate our Morkin Size. We can make 5... or actually 6 now. 6 2/2 elves, because they killed another Changeling. And then they can't make 2 blockers, so we can always get in with this Dawnhand Eulogist. And then our opponent will be down at 3. And when we attack with all of our creatures next turn, unless they have something with Flash that I don't know about, they just made a 4/4 for no reason this turn. Okay, so they get to get another Goblin off of their thing. So they can get up to 2 blockers now. But we have an Assert Perfection, so we can kill one of them. We also have this Guiltleaf's Embrace. We're just going to go to combat, because the Guiltleaf's Embrace plus this Assert Perfection means that everything is going to just die. There we go. So we have miraculously somehow won a game. Also, congrats on the watch streak, Mama Mentality. Way to go. Nice 5-stream streak. We love to see it. We got another reward. Let's keep going. Any win is a great win in our books for right now. Just because we're already so ahead on value off of the 3 fetch lands that we got, the 3 shock lands that we got, that like everything else is gravy at this point. This hand literally does nothing. This hand is actually a banger. This hand does so much more. We'll get rid of our Percher. We've got Scarblade Scout on 2 into Watcher on 3. And we have our Bogslither's Embrace in case we need to Bogslither's Embrace. Ooh, now we have a Morkin's Loyalist on 3. Even better. Is our Scarblade Scout a 3/3 lifelink? Although we still might play this Watcher on 3 depending on what our opponent does, because Morkin's Loyalist on 4, attack for 7. Yeah, especially now that they have played this Great Forest Druid. Because we can't attack through that with our Scarblade Scout anyways. We're just going to attack so that we can gain 2 life. Okay, 2/3. So next turn, we did it this turn even though we're wasting some mana, because next turn we can now Eclipsed Elf and then grab a land if we don't draw one. So we either are hoping to draw our 5th land or to get it off our Eclipsed Elf, and then we can use it after we have drawn it to Bogslither's Embrace and kill this Boldweir Aggressor. Or we might even have to Bogslither's Embrace, since if we can draw it, like we just did, there's a Forest. We can now play this forest, and we can assert perfection, make our Crossroads Watcher a 5/3, and have it deal damage to the aggressor to kill it. And then we can attack with a 5/3 trample and a 3/3 lifelink. And look, our opponent's already at 5. This is great. And we killed their thing that gives giants double strike. You want to make it so something can't block? I'm gonna give you a hint, opponent. I'm not blocking anyways. Let us just 5 mana. Just exile this giant. Yeah, both of these things are kind of really, really strong. It's really great. These 2 wins we've just had back in a row. Like, this is, as far as overt power level of our deck is concerned, we don't have a very powerful draft deck right now. We don't. But we have a lot of the good synergy pieces that go into a draft deck. Of just like, we have a lot of cards that care about elves. The best card in our deck is Morkant's Eyes, which is just, it lets us surveil, which is very good because it lets us filter what we draw. Of like, we get to see the top of our deck every turn and decide if we want to draw it or not. And if we don't, we can put it into our graveyard and draw an unknown card, which is very powerful. And then eventually just having it be able to turn into, hey, this is like 6 2/2s out of nowhere, is very powerful. This is great. This is good. We got Eclipsed Elf. It's the best card in our deck. And then otherwise we're just playing, like, we have 1 Elf Lord, and then we have a whole bunch of... hello, opponent. Ginger Toad the Virtuous. Okay, now if we can get a forest off of this, that would be great. Currently we've got these 2 Guiltleaf Embraces. We didn't. But we do have Morkant's Eyes, which if we can draw a forest, would be great. Okay, Eclipsed Flamekin. So they are playing the Elementals deck. And they grabbed one of the best cards in the set, Ashling's Command. Unfortunate. Now, everything falls apart if we don't draw a green source next turn. But not really, since we do have something we can do, and that is kill this Squawk Roaster that will kill us. This card is an Elemental, which is great in their Elementals deck, but it also has Vivid and Double Strike, so its power is equal to the number of colors of permanents you control. And with their Ashling's Command that they could have played this turn, they could have made another Squawk Roaster. Now they're making a Guild Weaver. This is not great for us. I'm going to attack with our Eclipsed Elf. Our opponent is bad enough that they didn't read into how horrible of an attack that was, which is great for us. Because it lets us kill their Guild Weaver, gain 2 life, and make a 2/2. For 1 mana. Which is like the only way that we're going to be able to stay in this is if we can continue just keep generating weird amounts of value here and there. Because like we already know that they have a card in their hand that's better than every card in our deck, and that's Ashling's Command. Especially now that they're tapping out for a Kolrath Zealot. This Ashling's Command just says, I want to make another 6/5 at any given point in time. I think, honestly, we just want to play the Morkant's Eyes. Because we need to be able to start finding more forests off the top of our deck. Okay, they have made their 1/4 a 3/6 flyer and drawn a card. I'll block this 6/5 so that we don't take 6 damage out of nowhere. Don't want the Devoted Druid. It doesn't do anything for us right now. That Blight Rot also does nothing for us. Okay, so now they've played a creature that we can actually kill. Now they've played 2 creatures we can actually kill with this Blight Rot, because we couldn't kill either of those other ones. Take 9. We don't actually want the Eulogist. You want to give me your Flamecaster? No? Perfect. So if they cast their Ashling's Command... Okay, this becomes a 4/4 Vigilance. They make another 6/5. They draw 2 cards. I think we are not dead. We're at 2? Nope, we are exactly dead. Perfect. Well, they are a little stacked right now. That's the thing where it's like, we are playing a deck that is full of bad cards, but can do powerful things based off of the synergy of our deck. And our natural enemy is decks like our opponent's deck, which is like a deck that's playing good cards and natural synergies. And we don't have an answer for that. Our opponents are not allowed to play good cards and good synergies. They can play good cards and bad synergies, or bad synergies and bad cards, or good synergies and bad cards. They just can't do both, because if they do both, we're in trouble. We'll keep this. This is like the best opening hand that we've seen the entire time. We have a very specific deck, and the very specific deck we have is we rare drafted every Shockland and can't play any of them. So our deck is actively bad. Oh, hi, Great Forest Druid. Yeah, tell our opponents to knock it off and you know, play bad cards, because then it justifies our decision to play bad cards and to be greedy and be like, hey, we're playing a challenge over... Like, it's like our opponents don't know that we're playing a challenge that requires us to have never spending any money and to prioritize picking up cards out of packs and limited games that we do, so that we don't have to keep buying packs with money that we don't have because we're not putting money into the account. It's like they don't know that we're doing that. So they can't realize that it's like, oh, well, it's because we're playing these bad cards. But we played, like, our best card in Morkensize already, so we can start filtering our draws. Okay, so we have to kill this Squawk Roaster. We have a couple of ways we can do that. Weirdly, we actually really want to draw that Forest, because we don't need it to do what we're doing right now. Because we can just pay 5 mana to exile this Squawk Roaster. Okay. And we still have the 1-2 punch that is Scarblade's Malice and Assert Perfection. These 2 cards, because this gives Death Touch and Lifelink, and this deals damage equal to its power to any creature an opponent controls, these 2 cards can kill any creature. Luckily, we haven't needed both of them to do that yet. We can do this time, too. We can play this Dawn and Eulogist. And then just pass the turn. Because this Assert Perfection can also, with any of our creatures, kill this Bamblebrak Brute. Our opponent also, for playing only Abzan lands, has played a lot of red cards. You want to make something unable to block? You can do so, opponent. I won't stop you. My Devoted Druid was never going to block to begin with. My turn. Ooh, Blightrot's great. Because what Blightrot lets us do is actually this. We can Dawnhand Eulogist to kill the Brambleback Druid. And then we can Blightrot to kill the Great Forest Druid. And then do 6 damage, tank our opponent down to 10, and gain 2 life. Pass the turn. What do they want us to do with this surveil? Honestly, 6th land we don't hate. Just because... Oh, you can also play this Bristle Bane Outrider. Because eventually we want to activate this Morkant Size, and right now we only have 5 mana. But also, a 3/5 that becomes a 5/5 if we play a creature each turn. Pretty good. It also can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less, which... Right now, the only creature our opponent's representing is this thing that they can pay 4 mana to make a 4/4. But that also doesn't help them get around the fact that we have a 3/3 Dawnhand Eulogist that can just attack. Okay, that will destroy my Dawnhand Eulogist, which is fine. It's just another elf in my graveyard for my Morkant Size. Oh, and now they're going to exile my Bristlebane Courier. Outrider, okay. So we ate 2 different removal spells that turn from our opponent. Now they're going to play this 6/6. We actually don't care about that because we have our Malice in hand, so if they ever attack us with this Prismavasher, we can just trade this 1/1 Shapeshifter for it if we really need to. Or if they want to block when we attack with this Scarblade Scout and this 1/1 next turn, we will Scarblade's Malice immediately. We'll just snap this off instantly to trade our 1/1s and our 2/2s for their 6/6 Trampler. Easily. Done and dusted. I won't even think twice about it. Yeah, Slithering in a Bog I think is fine. It's weird to me that Slithering in a Bog... Bog Slither's Embrace is a removal spell, which I think just is meant to be inspired as the Bog Slither is a creature that is a slimy little guy, and honestly, it's probably fine to just have it be a slimy little guy. It's if you ever let it embrace you that apparently everything goes bad in your life. Oh, our opponent doesn't know. Opponent! There are pump spells in this format. I can blow up your 6/6 for 1 mana and make a 2/2. Okay, you have made so that you have 2 4/4s. Okay, we don't need to draw any lands anymore, so we can throw all of those back. Can we find, like, our lord? Our elf lord? No, we found a swamp, so we can get rid of that. We drew another swamp. Honestly, just making 5 2/2s is probably good enough right now, if I'm going to be entirely honest. So traditionally 2/2s are pink, but also you can have beige 2/2s, you can have black 2/2s. If you're doing Swan Lake specifically, you have to have black 2/2s because you need to have a black 2/2 for your black swan. You can have white 2/2s, but you also need in Swan Lake for all of your white swans. As a person that grew up in the ballet world, I know probably more than anyone should know about 2/2s in general. Specifically as a man that's never worn 2/2s, because I also know proper 2/2 storage and the fact that 2/2s are ridiculously expensive if you have official 2/2s. Also, we just got another window. I also know about your partiality to pink 2/2s. No, but 2/2s I know a lot about. I know a lot about the proper installation and storage of Marley, which is the surface that they put on top of stages specifically during dancing, because it allows you to cushion yourself. Because most stages, whether you've been on a stage or not, is something I wouldn't know. I know just the right amount about 2/2s. I agree, because I think more people should know more things about 2/2s. It's just also, I acknowledge most people don't know the things about tutus that I know about tutus, because most people have not had my lived experience of growing up with a mother that is a ballet teacher and having tutus in our garage. Because that was just a regular fact of life for me, is it's like, oh, this is our garage cabinet full of tutus and Marley. That's just what we keep in there. Okay, this gold medal nomad currently doesn't pose any threat, so we're fine taking just one from this 1-2 every turn. More concise, it would have been great to see you last turn. Where were you last turn? We will grab another swamp, because we can Morkan's Eyes Bog Slither Embrace next turn if we have to. No, I will take 2 from this Dundalin Weaver. Our opponent has played a Gangly Stompling. We shall attack with our Clipstuff. Because if they want us to Guilt Leaf's Embrace them, we will. But it doesn't look like they want to. So we will Morkan's Eyes, and then we can Bog Slither's Embrace. We'll get rid of their Stompling. Make ourselves a 2-1. I'll take an Assert Perfection. Play this Moonglove Extractor. Ooh, our opponent has played a very good card. Played for the Nomads. Ooh, they had the Pump spell. Well, I'm glad that we blocked then, because they decided to let us kill their creature instead of... to kill our creature instead of, you know, living longer. We eat both of their spells, gain 3 life. The Eclipsed Elf is now on blocking duty, because they're going to make 1 billion 1/1s. What are the odds we think that they have another Thought Weft charge? 0, because they just played Celestial Reunion X = 5. Crazy. Our opponent has played an insanely good Mythic. They found exactly 1 Thought Weft Imbuer. We are going to have to kill that now immediately, because they get to make a 7/8 every turn. Forest doesn't kill this Thought Weft Imbuer, so we don't want it. The Swamp doesn't either. We're just going to push for damage this turn, but we do need to draw a way to kill this Thought Weft Imbuer sooner rather than later. But right now, we're just going to do 7 damage. Because we are now representing a clock of, if they don't have a way to kill my Rooftop Percher this turn, we have lethal. Well, now we no longer have lethal because they played a thing that gains them 2 life. And we don't have 2 more damage. Okay, this doesn't answer our problem, but it gives us a blocker for another turn. And it gains us some life. No, we milled one of our Bog Slithers! How dare! Well, the 7/3 flyer is still going to kill them next turn. Just as long as our opponent doesn't have their own removal spell. Our Scarblade Scout. Okay. They're just going to attack with everything. This is 1, 3, 5, 8, 9, 12. So even if we block one of these 3s, we just lose. They have exactly 9 damage, and we have exactly 9 health. Cool. Well, conveniently, that timed itself just perfectly so that we would lose just in time to be at the end of stream. So we can claim our losses. We got 300 more gems. We got another pack of Lorwyn Eclipsed. We have completed 10 limited events. And we got some packs that we can end our stream with by opening these packs. So let's do that. We're already up absolutely huge today, so anything we get is going to be absolutely massive. But more likely than not, like we got here, the only thing that's really worth note of this pack is that we've got an uncommon wildcard, which every uncommon matters, are rare. I don't believe it, chat. Absolutely insane. This is our 5th Shockland of the session. We got another Hallowed Fountain. We now have 3 Hallowed Fountains, chat. What the world is going on? This is crazy. Okay, well, that was incredible. One more pack. Can we run it back for the 6th time? Streamer loot for sure. So, weirdly, this is our first pickup of a Thought Weapon Viewer and a Lofty Dreams, which I didn't think that would be true, since I know we've played this card. It just must have only been in Phantom events. And we got a Mythic. So, the bad news is, it can't be a 6th Shockland. The good news, it's a random Mythic from Lorwyn Eclipsed, and there's a lot of good Mythics in this set. Let's see which one we get. The best of them all is just whatever Mythic we want it to be. This is a Mythic Wildcard. We have gotten incredibly lucky today, chat, and I don't know what we did to deserve it. Cue the highlight reel of each Shockland pull today, and then the fact that we just get a Mythic wildcard. It may or may not be several of the shorts that I'm putting out tonight, because that's what I'm going to go get to do is thank you all for your support here today. It's been great to be here and be your streamer for all of this. What are some things that we even would want to get that are Mythics for these? Like, what are some things that we need to pick up anyways? Is my spreadsheet gonna load correctly? Apparently not right now. All of the internal stuff is messed up. Like some really big pickups that we could get from this one to improve our deck immediately. A Mythic could become our first copy of Ouroboros, which is one of the finishers that we need. Unfortunately, we now have all of these Shocklands, and we aren't playing in the colors that need any of them. If we go to land, we've got 3 Hallowed Fountains, 1 Steam Vents, 1 Blood Crypt, and 2 Overgrown Tombs. We are currently missing only 1 Shockland from the Shocklands that come in Lorwyn Eclipsed. I think that is only... No, we have a Temple Garden. We have exactly 1 Temple Garden. So we have 1 of every Shockland, at least, from Lorwyn Eclipsed, which is great. It's absolutely fantastic. We're not playing any of those, but if we want to get into some of the better versions of what our green-blue landfall deck will become, namely this like green-blue toolbox Rhythm of the Wild deck, we need to get some more rhythms. We need to get any rhythms, which we don't have currently. Nature's Rhythms. We could craft all of our nature rhythms that we need if we wanted to. But we'd also want our Ouroboros, and we'd want some other pieces to go with it. Luckily, we have one of the big pieces that go into it, which is Bright Glass Gearhulk. But it's basically what this gets us up into, and the potential to do is we could start working our way towards a deck that looks something like this. This is the 5-color rhythm deck that was played at the Pro Tour. And we're missing quite a lot of cards. So don't get too, bogged down in the actual details of what we would do to be able to play this. But, like, Seam Rip is an uncommon. We can craft a Seam Rip immediately. Soul Guide Lantern is an uncommon. We can craft those. Mockingbirds, we would need to pick up some copies of. We don't have any. And that would be competing with our Nature's Rhythms. Keen-Eyed Curator, we'd also want to get a copy of. Badgermole Cub, we already have 3 of our 4. Shimmerwild's Growth are uncommons. We don't need to worry about that. We have all of our Formidable Speakers. We have our Champion of the Weird, Kavero, and Bright Glass Gearhulk. All of our Quantum Riddlers. We're probably never going to craft a Craterhoof Behemoth, but if we can get a Craterhoof Behemoth, that would be great. We're looking for an opportunity to get any cards out of Tarkir Dragonstorm. we have a single temple garden. We have some of our passages in our starting towns. We don't have any breeding pools. We don't have any sanctums. We don't have any hushwood verges. And then sideboard, we would need to get Doorkeeper Thrall, another Detect Intrusion. But, like, we're looking at these mainly just for me to show you that, like, we're not actually that far from, like, a real playable... Like, this was played at the Pro Tour. It didn't do well at the Pro Tour, but it was the most popular deck at the Pro Tour. And, like, we're not that far away. We're getting closer every single day, and we're getting a lot of really good looks out of it. To the point that, like, we could start building the majority of the pieces to this, and we would have to just, you know, sub out some cards that we don't have for, like, the mana base. We wouldn't be able to get, like, our Crater Behemoth, but we could get the Ouroboros or something like that. And I'll be looking into that, and that's something to look forward to for next week. Until then, thank you all for tuning in. It has been great to be here with you all. Once again, I am Sam. This is the Jank Drawer. We had quite a great stream today. I'm going to be trying to make a whole bunch of content out of it. Namely, we did our big set review for TMNT, Turtles in a Half Shell. I'm really excited about that. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. We also have made a whole bunch of progress in the account. Getting all of those Shocklands today was fascinating. Getting another just crack at a Mythic wildcard ahead of schedule is huge. Because right now I think we're 6 packs away from our next Mythic that we would get organically. We might even be more than that. So anytime that we can get ahead of curve is a major win for us. Plus, when I see you all next for Magic on Monday, Turtle Power will be out and we'll be able to play Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And by then, I will hopefully have updated the Arena Project spreadsheet to have included in it more packages built around the new cards and how I think they would have an impact in Standard. I might even do a write-up about it. Or a video about it later this week, depending on what my timeline is and how much time I have. But thank you all for coming in. Let's see if we can find someone to raid first, and then if we can't, we will just be done for tonight. Let us go to this Chris Trismegiatus. I don't know anything about them other than they are playing Standard right now, and that in their tags they have cats. And cats is a great tag. So, we're going to raid Chris Trismegatus. Thank you all for coming in. I will see you all tomorrow for stream at 2 o'clock. If anything changes based off of work getting back to me and work schedules, I will let you know ahead of schedule. But until then, I've been Sam. This has been the Jank Drawer. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and I will see you all tomorrow.